This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, and it is Sunday evening, July the 20th. Welcome to my desk. So this evening, let me put my phone up on the stand here while I'm talking. This evening, I am going to work on putting some things in my tat journal, and I'm going to work on Gluebooking my way, probably my 4th of July art journal. Yeah, just having some fun. So let me sit down here and look, you guys. I found my all. I found my all. You know what? It was under my chair. Well, it wasn't really under my chair. It was under my desk, and I could have very well have stepped on that. That would have hurt. But I found it. I promise I will not. I will look under my chair first. Let me get out to my note tab, my tablet, and set things up so that I can see folks coming in. Hello, hello, hello. If you're out there, I see one person out there. It might be me. Hi, me. No, it's Jacqueline. Hi, everyone, she says. Hi, Jacqueline. I'm the only other one in here. Hi. I am feeling a little good tonight. I'm feeling pretty good tonight. How are you doing, Miss Jacqueline? I just sent you off hi, Karen. I sent you off a payment. Aw, absolutely. Karen popped in here. Hi, Karen. It's good to see you. I want to remind both of you, next Sunday, I don't know what's going to happen. And I don't know what's going to happen with the Fib Diggity creators next Monday. Next week is the 27th through the last week in July until we find out whether we're going down to the lake or not. It's going to be kind of iffy. If I can stream from down there, I will, but if I can't, I can probably post. Now, if I can't post on YouTube, I'll post on Facebook. I don't know what's going to happen. I've never been down there, so I don't know their setup. You're just packing orders. Ah. Jacqueline sells on Fridays at 4 p.m. Eastern. This week she sold on Saturday. So, are you going to sell next week, Jacqueline? If you are, put a link in and I will pin it. Let me set up the quality on my tablet here so that it looks halfway decent. You'll be back Friday at 4. Hi, Stephanie, my lady. It's good to see you. So, I'm going to work in my tatting journal first. Now, some of these things are going to go in my other tatting, my more recent tatting journal, because they're things that I have tatted maybe my second year. Now, this is a crochet snowflake that I did, I think, when I first came down here. And I think I'll try to put this Mod Podge on this, or I think I'll try to block this, but maybe not tonight. But I don't think this is quite long enough to do and I might have one though. But these projects should really go in my other journal. Now this one is a mess. I don't know what I was doing a butterfly out of this really crinkly thread. It can go in here. This one goes over here. So these go in my other journal. I can put one of these in, although, yeah, I guess I did these really before I'll put one in. And these are kind of messy messes. They're boo-boos. So these will go in the other journal. Hi, Dar. You're just stopping in to say hi and give a thumbs up. Severe storms and power and Wi-Fi keeps going out. Oh, well, stay safe in those storms, Dar. Thanks for popping in and saying hello, and thanks for the thumbs up. That's always appreciated. As Jacqueline said, a thumbs up and a comment is well, I guess the thumbs up, she says, is the best compliment you can give, and we do appreciate it. Hi, Joyce. Yeah, it helps the channel, you guys. Like, comment, share, subscribe. It helps get us out there in the world. Yeah. Alrighty. So, I decided to keep this journal, and it's getting a little rough for wear. I think I'll put some more glue on this. This was just a book that I put this fabric on, but I might make something like, let's pull this star out. She gave us a star pattern again. And this is all needle tatting. See, I might put something in the background here and put a piece on here and then put, so it's very much a work in progress. But let's go ahead and fix this. I'm going to do this first. I'm going to work on my Gluebooking. And I want to work on the 4th of July journal. I spent a good portion of yesterday tearing apart magazines. So I really have pictures all ready to go for my Gluebooking. I won't have to be cutting things out of the magazines. There we go. Hi, Juju. Juju, are you, did you drop your link in, Jacqueline? Let me pin Jacqueline's sale. She will be selling next Friday at 4. Juju, are you going to stream tonight? Mary wants to know. All right. So I skipped some pages in here, but I think I can put some. I've got more in here that I need to glue down in here. I think I can put something up here, maybe some of these. One of my butterflies. Let me go down to the bottom. Oh, you're so very welcome. You support me, I'll support you. Thank you, Juju. Good morning, Diane. And thank you so much for the printouts, Diane, the digitals. I'm going to print those out. I haven't had a chance. My brother, I was going to do it this afternoon, but my brother come in and stood by my chair and stood there for a minute. And I said, what do you want? And he said, would you, if I get some hamburger out and thought, would you make a meatloaf? So we eat kind of early, or he likes to eat early. So at 3:30, I was making a meatloaf. Internet is acting silly, Juju, today. She's going to try. All right. Well, Juju, if I don't get off exactly at 10, I'll try to watch for you. But if you're not on exactly at 10, I might go a little overboard tonight. But I'm trying to quit at 10 so that you can come on. But I have a hard time doing that. What are you into tonight, Vale? Did Vale pop in? Vale! Did Vale pop in? Did I miss her? There's Joyce. Mama Juju. Vale! Good evening. Long time no see. Yes, ma'am. I ran across your name in my address book and I said, I haven't seen her for a while. I wonder how she is. And there you are. And there you are. Let's see if I can get this little guy's antenna pokey out here. So this afternoon went pretty fast for me. I took trash out and walked around the garden and the yard a little. It's so hot and muggy out, you guys. I'll tell you, it is. I just wish it would cool off enough. The lawn will survive, but I really don't want to leave for a week without that lawn being taken care of. Or I will have to hire the neighborhood boy to come on his riding mower. So And I'm going to try, I want to ask you guys, have any of you had experience preserving cucumbers? We've got more cucumbers than we know what to do with. I saved 3 out tonight. I thought I would try tomorrow morning, to make some cucumber chips. I was looking on YouTube for techniques to make cucumber chips. And I think I can do it. But you have to cut them thin, and you'd either microwave them or let them dry in the oven or dehydrate them. Now, my brother's got a dehydrator, but I've never used it. I'd love to get me there are some things I want. I want an air fryer. I want a dehydrator that I can operate. And what was the other thing? Can't remember. These are butterfly attempts. This one I tried to, I don't know what I was trying to do here. It's a mess, whatever it is. I don't think it was a butterfly. I was trying to tap right onto the fabric, I think, and it's a boo-boo. I think I'm going to put it down in here. Over here, maybe. So if you've had any experience, I know I've made pickles out of cucumbers, but we don't eat a whole lot of pickles. And I don't really have any dill. I did not grow any dill this year. I've grown dill before. But of course I didn't save any. It's good to see you, Vale. Let me go down to the bottom. Whoops. Vale says, Mary, much love to everyone. I've missed all of you. Have you been okay, Vale? She says, Jacqueline, I'm going to watch and get inspired by Mary tonight. Aw. She says, don't worry about my lives. They happen every night. Okay. Well, I want to train myself to be done by 10 anyway, Juju, because I'm getting to the point where being on late at night tires me out. And I'm just putting these little tap pieces in here where they fit, because it's all just kind of my initial trials. Now, this is all needle tatting. I'm trying to shuttle tat. I'm getting some help from Tammy, but yeah, I'm working on it. Now, these darker pieces, I think I'll have to put on a piece of white. And I think I'll have to save that back. And can I put another piece in here? One that, let's see what I have here. Another little piece. Let's put it this way. And I don't have any dates for this stuff. It's just things I was playing with, learning. These are all my learning experience. And I have to tell you, those of you who I've seen pick up tatting have amazed me, because it's taken me a little bit of time to pick even the needle tatting up. And I see some of you just jump right into it. Nothing to it. And nothing to it. I'm going to save that one back too. I think I need a piece of white paper in here for my reds and my darker colors. And I cringe to think, I know I sent some tatted pieces out when I was first learning. And I'm going, oh my goodness, they were probably not all that good. Some little pieces here. I'm just going to glue them in. And the reds and the darker pieces I'm going to save for later. Here's a little ring and chain I was working on. I'm just going to glue them down in here. These are just little. Now I want to work up a sample book. In the online tatting class, they have what they call sample books, where they'll do a technique like a ring and a true ring and a chain and a split chain and all of that. And then they'll write the directions of how they did it and make a sample, and so that you can pull it right out. Well, this is not really a sample book. This is more of a journal. This is more of a journal of my trials. And this is not anything that I would look back for reference other than, you know, progression of as I'm learning. And this is some of my beginning tatting. Hi, Kellyanne. It's good to see you. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this, but I do want to get some things done and in here. I got a lot of, see, I never really cut my threads when I'm done. So I've got a lot of hanging strings. This is just a regular chain. That should probably go closer up over here. I'll just put a couple dots in here. Let my strings hang. Let the strings hang. Let the strings hang. This one I might cut off a little. It's kind of long. I'm just kind of guessing on where the rings would go. And I'm not trying to pull Picassos or make them look really pretty or anything. I'm just putting them in. What they are is what they are. And here's another red one. Let's get the red ones out of the way. What I was doing here. I think I was just playing with it. Looks like I was trying to turn a corner here. That's actually not too bad, Miss Mary. Should put it over this way, maybe. Down in that corner? Yes. And I've got more. And I've got an envelope behind me. But now those ones behind me, no, they're still old ones. My newer ones, I'm going to put in my larger journal. And I don't know when Katia is planning to start up needle tatting again, probably sometime in September. She participates in a lot of, she's up in Canada, and she participates in a lot of their fairs, and she teaches locally. So she's quite busy. And what did I drop? I dropped something. I can't reach. What was it? It was a palette knife. We're going to put this little blue one. Shall I hang it? Like that? I think I'll hang it. Whoops. Hang it from the top of the... And then so it doesn't interfere with that lady, I'm going to glue it down here. Yeah. All right, I think I'll quit for tonight. I just want to work on this. Oh, I got this little teeny one. Where should I put him? That's going to be more than enough glue. Whoops. Okie dokie. So these, I'm just going to slip them in the back. They'll stay in the back. They'll stay here. I kind of got them separated there. And this I'm going to starch. This is yarn. This is a crocheted snowflake. I think I did that my first year back here in Nebraska. And I think I'll just flip a page and put those in there. Okay, because I want to move on. And even with what I put in so far, it's getting pretty thick. So I may take some of this other stuff. I may take a couple of these pages out. Where's my, well, I might have to take this page and find a place, take this page and attach it over here, and take this whole entire signature out, because I don't think I have anything glued on it. And I can still use the half pages, and that'll give me so it won't alligator out. And I'll just keep it like that, because I don't want it to get way too thick. Alrighty. Whoops. I'm going to put it back down below here. Ouch. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Put that down below. Oh, I've got these. And let me put the fine art glitter glue away. And oh, reach, Mary, reach, reach, reach. See, I've got another envelope that has tatting, and these are more recent experiences, I think, in here. I'll have to go through them. Not all of them. Not all of them. What's oh, this is a needlework pattern that I got at a show in Wisconsin. One of my shows that I went to right before I came down here. And I should get it out and work on it. I keep it in there because that was my intention. I'm going to put these envelopes in here. All right. So there's that. Let me come out and look at chat. Do 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 do. 6:20. And I'm going to keep this snowflake out. Wouldn't Penelope look nice with a tatted skirt? That probably wouldn't be too hard to do. I keep getting out of here. I want to make her a slow stitch outfit too. She says, "Yes, Mary, make me a wardrobe, would you please?" Well, I get to YouTube.
What are you doing up there? Oh, I'm just posting
the ad. What are you doing up there? I don't know who it is. Live chat. Let me get to all messages. There we go. Jacqueline says, "Love seeing you all here. I needed my girls tonight." Oh, Jacqueline, that's so sweet. That's so sweet. Hi, Ginger. Ginger just had a birthday this past week. Happy birthday, late, Ginger. I didn't catch it, I think. Was it Friday? Was it Friday that your birthday was? Late happy birthday. I'm not sure, Juju. It's messy. Let's see. Juju says, did you catch the bug, Pam? Are you already thinking about what else you can paint? She says, Juju, it's messy. Do, 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 do. Thank you, Juju. It's very much a learning experience. I'm not an expert yet. I think I'm a little bit more advanced than a beginner. So I call myself a novice with needle tatting. But now, when we start our fall session, I might graduate myself from novice to, well, I don't know if I want to call myself intermediate, primary. I think I'll go from beginner to novice to primary. And that, I think I am in my 3rd year of needle tatting. And so, shuttle tatting, I'm still struggling. I'm so afraid to tell Tammy I still am struggling with that last. I'm going to make another video for her. I don't think I can advance until, and it looks so simple. I'll tell you, that second half of that double stitch looks so simple. I'm going, why does everybody else do it and I can't? Sometimes I get it and I'm fine, and then I try it again and it's knotted. I don't know. So I might have to give her a break from giving me personal lessons until I can do that double stitch consistently, because until I can do those double stitches, there's no use of me trying to progress. Mary says, Tammy, if you're listening, there you go. I'm going to send her a video and show her again. Mina, summer in the desert. Oh, I'll bet it's deathly hot there, Mina. I was watching a video, and it had to be the Southwest, where these guys, I don't know if it was Nevada or Phoenix. I don't know. This lady, she went out in the desert with her Jeep Cherokee or whatever it was, her van, and she got off the main road and she lost her way, and she got her car stuck between rocks and dug into sandy dirt and couldn't get out. Well, she got out, and she got far enough to where somebody found her and gave her a ride, so she was safe, but their car was still out there. And I'm amazed because they had hired a towing company to go pick up the car, and they eventually found it. But as they were driving out there, and you might know something about this, Mina. I don't know if it's that way in Arizona or Nevada. I don't know where they were, but it was very sandy and deserty. And it was just like a junkyard out there. People were just throwing and it was all over. Now, in Nebraska, that probably would not be tolerated. Trash littering is, along the roadsides is, if you get caught, I think it's a fine. I don't know for sure. But it's horrible out there. All right. Ginger's here. Juju's here. Joyce is here. Ginger says, Joyce, I don't know if I thank you for the Happy Mail or not, so thank you. Ray, did I miss Ray? Hi, Ray. Ray D. Hello, hello, hello. It's good to see you. Diane, the Messy Palette, is here. Kellyanne, oh, you guys, you just do my heart good. Welcome in, everybody. Aw, they're all saying hello out here to everybody. Jacqueline's here. Jacqueline was the first in. Vale, she says, Juju, I often watch at night. I'm a shy one initially and watch from the balcony. That's perfectly okay. We're glad that you stopped in to say hello, Vale. I get it. I'm up in the balcony a lot in a lot of the streams. Diane says, I will be having a nap before Juju goes live today. I think Juju is going to try to go live tonight at 10. I think it's 10 Central. And she says, my poor little Molly dog, we're talking about Diane's, poor little Molly dog had a seizure through the night. Oh, I'm so sorry. And couldn't go back to sleep, and I had to watch her. Oh, Diane, I hope she's okay. That blue is pretty. Let's see. Good, good, good. Jacqueline, I'm just going to try to watch. All right, I think I'm caught up with that. Let me go down to the bottom. Hi, Kathy. Kathy Cowell. Oh, there'll be another sale next week at 4 p.m. Eastern next Friday night. There's a pin to Jacqueline's channel up above. Hop on in. Hop on in. I need to thank that Angie Brown. Angie won a giveaway, and she also won the, Jacqueline has a little game. If you won the giveaway, then Jacqueline has a deck of cards, and you guess what card she pulls out, whether it's going to be a diamond, club, spade, or heart. And Angie guessed it right, and she gifted, if you get it right, you get free shipping. And she gifted, Angie, so sweet of you to gift, she gifted me the free shipping. So sweet. So thank you. I haven't seen Angie in here. There's Laura Vasquez. Hi, Laura. I tell you, lady, I think of you so much when I'm working around in here. The desk, the mini attacher, the little attacher, the double-sided, I'll tell you, Laura, thank you so much. Your name gets mentioned a lot in my streams, but it's good to see you pop in. Kellyanne, Calico Kate. Wasn't that sweet of Angie to do that? So sweet. Let's see. Mina's here. I want to ask you guys again, maybe you missed it. Have any of you had any experience other than making pickles of how to preserve cucumbers? I'm going to try to make some cucumber chips. Now I don't have, well, we've got sea salt, but I'll tell you, I don't like the shaker things. You buy the replacement and you never, I can never get the cap off to put it in the shaker thing. I'm kind of frustrated with the, but I'm just going to try it with not apple cider vinegar because we don't have that, but I'll try it with just regular vinegar. I'm going to put mine in the oven, and they'll have to be in there. You cut them really thin, way I'm understanding. You cut them thin. You make relish with cucumbers. That would be good too. My only experience with cucumbers is eating them. Well, my brother's been eating them, and he's been giving them to the neighbors. But I saved out 3 pretty nice ones. And I think what I'm going to do is slice them thin, and really thin. And I'm going to put them in the oven for like 3 or 4 hours, and on a low setting, and let them cook that way. And you put vinegar and salt on them. Ginger says, me too, lady. Laura says, I took a class, how to preserve zucchini. I think it would be the same. You pickled the zucchini? Yeah, now I have pickled cucumbers before and made dill pickles, but I don't have any dill. I grew dill last year, but I didn't save any. Yeah, we eat up our zucchini. My brother wants me to make some zucchini bread. Well, I made the meatloaf today, so I didn't get any zucchini bread made. But I've been spiralizing the zucchini. Now, I think our zucchini, I looked at the plants today. I don't know how much more we're going to get out of it. We've had a nice crop of zucchini. But I've been spiralizing it and freezing it. I'm going to try some, I'll let you guys know how they work. Hi, Renee. Oh, my goodness. This is a good night for people to pop in. There's Renee Suzanne. Renee, Laura sent me the bottle of this and a refill, and then Renee sent me some more refill. So bless her heart. Renee, it is so good to see you. All I grow is cherry tomatoes in pots. Yeah, now, we're not having good luck with our tomatoes this year. I went out to my cherry I grow cherry tomatoes, but I changed the location, and I'm just not having good luck with them. I went out the other day and pulled off the bottom leaves and stems so it could get air, and they bloom, but they dropped the blooms. And I was looking online, and they were saying online, a lot of people that have experience with them blooming but not fruiting, and they're saying it could be one of several things. And one of the things they suggested was to hand pollinate, shake the plants. So I went out there today and I was shaking the little tomato plants, hoping I could hand pollinate them. And the other thing is to, I think, take a paintbrush. But I don't think we have a lot of pollinators yet. I'm trying to grow more flowers that will attract pollinators. And I think that might be a part of the problem. I don't see many bees or butterflies out there. So that might be part of the problem too, is they just may not be getting pollinated. Hi, Amy Wilcox. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Welcome in. Your tomatoes have just started producing? Well, now you're just a couple states south of us, so maybe we just need to be a little more patient. We did not get everything in early this year because, well, you know the story. I bought all that compost that needed to be spreaded out. Yeah, the cherry tomatoes are so good. So delicious. Yeah, but I think I need to plant more plants that attract. Now I did plant some milkweed. What do they call it? I call it milkweed pods, but I think they call it butterfly weed or something like that. And it is blooming, but I haven't seen many pollinators yet as far as insects of butterflies and bees and that. What is no? What happened, Pam? She says, no. You're allergic to cherries? To real cherries? Amy says, Rainier cherries are so good. I got some from my brother in Washington. Cats and cherries. You have allergies, Jacqueline, to cats and cherries. Oh, that's what you said no to. We used to pick cherries. We used to when I was a kid. Well, I was probably in junior high. We lived in an old farmhouse, and about a mile away, this farmer had an orchard, and he had cherry trees. And a quart of cherries can be pretty darned expensive nowadays. So we didn't know what we had. We went and picked cherries and took them home for free. Yeah. Let's see, Amy says, Rainier cherries are so good. Those are those big, juicy ones, aren't they? The Rainier ones. Ginger says, girl, you would be miserable at my house. Yeah, I like cherries. I like them pretty good. Let's see. And while I have a good group of people in here, I want to remind you guys that next Sunday night, all next week, is going to be probably off and on for me until we get down there and I find out what kind of internet service I have. I'm going to try to stream next Sunday night, but we're going down Sunday afternoon. So I will definitely post, because I can post on I've got unlimited data on my Verizon. I can make a post and let you guys know. I may not be able to stream Sunday night, or we may be busy with family Sunday night. I don't know. Monday night, the Fibdiggity creators are supposed to have a live stream, and I will do it if I can. But here again, I don't know what next week is going to look like. I should probably just go off grid, but I don't want to do that. Let's see. Let's go down to the bottom. Rainier cherries are the yellow and red ones. Oh, okay. She just finished, Kellyanne says, I just finished eating cherries. What did Jacqueline say up here? I've eaten them my whole life and only found out a few years ago that other people didn't think they were spicy. What are you talking about? I bet I'm allergic to cherries. Let's see. She says, that's awesome. I've eaten them in my whole life and only found out a few years ago that other people didn't think they were spicy. We used to pick, Ginger says, we used to pick them as a kid. She's talking about the Rainier cherries. In Washington, Mom canned them and they were so yummy. Yeah. I don't think my mother canned them because they were gone before she got a chance to can any cherries. But she did can. My mother canned mostly tomatoes and green beans. She might have canned some peas, I don't remember. But mostly garden vegetable stuff. Kellyanne says, I just finished eating cherries. It was a hilarious conversation and I realized I was having an allergic reaction. When they tasted spicy, you were having an allergic reaction to them. The cherries were spicy, she says. Right, it could have been bad. Spicy cherries made sense to me. Kathy says, I bought cherries, but made myself freeze some, so I had some later. I love them. Yeah, they can be pretty expensive nowadays, cherries can. If you buy them in those quart jars, like at the farmer's market, they can be pretty darn expensive. Jacqueline says, I think I'm allergic to cherries. Laura says, my mom cans stewed tomatoes. You know, I should probably take a community course in canning, but we need vegetables to can. Our sweet corn, I don't know how it's going to turn out, but it's growing. It seems to be doing best. And I have this great big tall green plant. I have no idea what it is. And I don't want to pull it out of the ground because I'm afraid I'll regret it. I do too, Vale. Black cherries are so yummy. Yum, 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 yum. Black cherry ice cream. Yum, yum, yum. All right, who did I miss? Did I miss saying hello to anybody? If I miss saying hello to you, I don't see anybody that I missed, but if I miss saying hello to you, speak up so I can say hello. All right, I'm going to set my phone aside. What I want to work on tonight let me show you what I did this weekend. Let me show you what I did. You will be amazed. All of these, I didn't fussy cut, I cut them out. These are all the ones I want to save. And I'll bet I went through 2 stacks of magazines, and these are the ones I saved. Now what I want to do in here now is I'm going to pull this stack out, and it's just, as I cut them, I put them in this box. Let me put the box back behind me. I have some 4th of July ones in here. And I saved some of the paper now. Jane Microdot sent me some paper, but I'm going to use up this Amazon paper first. So what I want to do is I just kind of want to go through here. Let me make room. And I want to pull out. I have some that are 4th of July. Here's the Thanksgiving one, Norman Rockwell's Thanksgiving. And I'm not going to try to, I'll know if they're 4th of July. And so you can see what I did this weekend. That's a Smithsonian Magazine cover. There was a Norman Rockwell article in the Smithsonian. Here I am. I don't normally save things like this, but I couldn't throw them away. I save things like this. I got 2 of her. And I know I've got a 4th of July in here. I've got a couple, and I want to grab them out. Here's a extinct animal. Before many years, the buffalo liked the great AUK. I don't know what an AUK is. Evidently, it's this. Will be extinct. We don't want that to happen. I'm looking for my 4th of July ones. I should have saved it. Here's one here with the flag. So I'm going to save that out. I've got a couple, not a whole lot, but, and I want to save them out for my 4th of July book. Here's my other lady here. And I'm going to do some glue booking my way here too. This one fascinated me. They didn't know, and this is a picture of probably people in the late 1800s, it looks like. They did not know that today's surgeons would be successfully transplanting organs, repairing hearts, replacing hips and knees, fusing vertebrae, removing tumors, implanting teeth, and training for hundreds of other procedures using body donors. All that mattered to them was living past the ripe old age of 50 and having to sit still for 10 minutes while the photographer took this shot. And that's the way we like it. Everybody matters. And of course, this is something you needed to register for. I love that. I love, you know, and once you get these pictures out, I guess it goes, I'm not sure what that is. Once you get these pictures out and in their own world, you know, I cut off all the white space, they are really quite interesting. Look at this monster. I think there's another one in here they were fighting. This one is fighting with him. These two were fighting in the book. Now, come on, I'm looking for my 4th of July. This one I almost threw away because it was talking about being caught in a flood, and I could not help think about the recent flood down in Texas. Breaks your heart. That was got some circus ones in here. Now I'll get to them. Hold on. Here's something that maybe I'll pull out. These are, I got another page like this, and it's all circus posters. Right here it is. These are pretty cool. That's circus. This is all circus. This is the same thing as the one I saved out. That's circus. Come on, Mary, where is it at? I'll go through this whole stack. Yes, they were talking about robotics and AI in this issue. I love the Smithsonian. It's really hard for me to cut it up. Another robotics page. There was a guy inventing the robotics. So these are all things I'm saving for another cover. The new Anne Frank. I saved the covers. Some of them. Looks like I didn't cut this one up. I'm hunting for my 4th of July. I know they're in here. And there were some very interesting portraits here of ladies. Very interesting. I had 2 issues, duplicate issues. You'll see these again. I hope I'm not boring you guys as I page through these. This is the new Anne Frank. I didn't save all the information, but I saved the pictures. And this was a Polish, it almost looks like a moth or something, you know, with the tail and the wings, but it's really a Polish vest. Probably for a certain ceremony or something. Book, history. Come on, Mary. I love things like this. This will make a nice page. Here's a 4th of July one. We're going to save that one out. Now, I think I'm just gonna, these are all out of the Wilderness magazine. Beth Schuler sent me on to that. And they sent me some, and then they must have got wise that I really wasn't interested in paying $10,000 for one of their trips, so they stopped sending me the magazine. I'm looking for it. I think I have another 4th of July one in here. And these were all animal. Oh, there's the fireworks. I'll save that out. Animals. Lighthouses. This one is cute. Little Jeep. There's a rack, a gas tank, an engine, a fender, rear suspension. It's a little car. And then this came out of the Nebraska magazine. I was reading about the Battle of Wounded Knee. Why did they fight? They just killed each other for very little reason at all. I think that, well, I don't want to say because I sometimes misunderstand the facts, so I'm not going to go any further with that. You can look it up. And then I have a whole bunch of the Decorator magazines. I don't save too much of the, you know, dressers and beds and stuff like that. But I do find a lot of journal spots in the old-fashioned, not so old-fashioned, in the Decorator magazines. So I am going to have plenty of glue book fodder. Look at this. This is cool. This probably came out of Decorator. These are blankets, I think. I thought I had another 4th of July. Here's a Valentine hearts. You see, you get these out of the page, and they appeal to me so much more because you're focused in on those rather than, you know, things around. And then you put them with something like this, not the one behind it, but here's a kitty page. I was saving kitties for Kitty Jen. It's a kitty. I'll have to go through and pick out the kitties. And I'm not, here's the, see, these hearts were on the cover. This is the cover. And look at even this. I don't save many cooking things, but this one interested me, all these utensils. And there's another dew and a whole bunch of little pieces that are not 4th of July. There's a lighthouse, more borders, words, journal words, I mean, not border. Treat yourself, jewels. And then I got into some Christmas wreaths. What is this? Box and flowers. Christmas wreaths were really cool. Windmill. My mother would really like the windmill. I really like the Nebraska Land magazine because they have a lot of really colorful pictures. There's another cat. And I think another, no, that's a dog. Well, I'm looking for my other 4th of July. I might have to go down a little. I hope I'm not boring you guys. I know it's in here. Sometimes I put them in. Let's look at that Nebraska history. I think I'm getting close. These were covers I was saving. Circles. This was all about Cuba, I think, in here. This was a duplicate article too, and I didn't save duplicates of these. Space, I think. Milkweed pods. Butterflies. Come on, I'm getting there. This one fascinated me too. This one, I might keep this out. This one inspires me. Hold on. This is the Nebraska Land Magazine. Very cool pages. A windmill again. License plates. So I will have plenty. There's a milkweed pod. I will have plenty for my glue booking. And I've got 3 more sacks to go through. And one sitting at the base of my recliner. Well, where's that other 4th of July? I probably passed it up. I don't think I did, though. I don't have much more to go through. There's some really neat pictures in here. That looks like it, but it's not. I don't know what that is. I think that's a milkweed pod that's starting to open. This article was on autumn, farmland. I do encourage you, if you run across free magazines, to grab them, because I don't think we're going to see as many. We're not going to have as, look at those boxes and the birds and the ducks on the other side. I don't think we're going to have as access to as many, because the prices had gone up. People aren't buying them subscriptions as much as they used to. So if you run across some free magazines and have the space and the inclination, I would encourage you to latch on to them if you like this type of thing, because I don't think we're going to see as many of them. So, but I can't keep all this stuff. I can't keep 12 bags of magazines around. I eventually have to use them. I don't know if I'm going to find what I'm looking for. Another cover. I think I'm getting now into things that I did the other day. Look at that garden. I'm going to save that for my summer page in the 4th of July journal. And there was an article on washboards in one of those magazines. Very cool. Wash, dry, fold, replace. Garden charm. Dice. Garden. This one was interesting. Showing how they use these iron pieces to make a doll face. Well, I might as well just go through the rest of it. I'm almost to the bottom. I must have passed it up. Go! Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame. There's those utensils again. There's an English cottage. And I think I need to trim my thatch roof on my English cottage. I wish I would have had this when I made it. Some Halloween. Out at the lake. I was researching, because I've never been down to where we're going. I was researching to see if there are any thrift stores around. Evidently, this is a real rural area. I don't know if I'm going to be able to. I'll probably have to be content with staying at the lake. I was hoping to go thrifting or drive 60 or 70 miles, and I'm not going to do that. Well, oh, here's a 4th of July one. We'll take that one out. I think this is Albert Einstein when he was younger. I think, see, I'm at those portrait of those ladies again. I think, how cool was this? Look at this. Beware! Hitting the panic button. I want to see if I can find any more. Let's see. Here's a Ingenuity Festival light bulb. There's the Beware guy again. Lost in. I like this one. I think I can put, these are those portraits of those ladies again. I think that's all I have that I can find right off the bat. All right, let me put all of these back in the box. And of course they'll be messy, but I'll be messing them anyway. And I don't know how much you guys saw of what I did, but I've got more. I'll probably fill this box. I know I'll get halfway through it. I don't know if I'll completely fill it. And I think I got more magazines upstairs to bring down. But I'm going to go through them all. And, you know, and use them. I'm not going to have sacks of magazines sitting around. Let me lock this box up so I don't spill it. All right. So, I have a 4th of July, a 4th of July, that's a Christmas one I'm saving, and what do I have over here? I've got that post office box, some things from Adria. I have more stencil, this goes over here. Fabric. This one I can't get in the journal. I came from Jacqueline. And yeah, I think I'll put all this back over here. Put this, use it as a paperweight. All right. So I wish I could get this in my journal. I think I'm going to scan it and size it down a little because I really like it. Boo! I guess I could fold the stars in and make a little, I don't want to do that. All right, I want this. The rest of it I don't care about. And it's just a kind of celebrate type thing. And I'm going to cut this other man in the car off. Sorry, guy, you're getting trimmed. So there's that. I got my fireworks. And over here, I just got a little flag here. I don't know. I think I'll put that one back. I don't think there's... See, that came out of the Smithsonian. And this was really Memorial Day, but it's so 4th of July to me. And what do I have up here? I have my garden one and the Christmas. And hold on, let me bring the book down now. I got the book. And... what I have. Floating away from me. Come back! 4th of July ephemera. Here. That's a Christmas. This is for Christmas, and these are summer ones. And I think the rest is... Alright. So let's take the Christmas and the summer, and we'll come back to those. I want to do the 4th of July. See, this was the transparent page I did. That was so fun. But I'm not going to do it. Well, I'd like to put something there, but let me go back. Now this is where I'm going to put my fireworks. I'm going to paint a fireworks page. So we'll come back to that. That's done. This is a napkin that Dee Dee sent me. This is George Washington. Should put something up there. Freedom rings. My page there. Another Revolutionary War. I guess I could work right in here. And I think I'm going to tear here with my ruler. I found my all. I'm so glad I found it. Get out the smaller ruler. These things over here. Penelope, I'm going to put you back up on your throne. she says, yes, I'll sit on my throne. All right. I think I want to tear it right here. Maybe a little over. Tear it straight. Like that. Maybe a little bit more over. So maybe right in there. Now, do I want to keep this? Heart and soul, love, laugh, inspire. I don't think I'll put it on this page. So, craft a lunch. Put my book up there and it fell right back down. I think I want to tear this one right here. And I'll save that as a journal spot. And then I folded it here, but I think I want it over a little, so I'm going to go over to the end of, and look, I've got some flags over there. This is really perfect because this was really a Memorial Day one, but it's so much 4th of July that I'm going to use it. Now, let's get the book out again. Just the book, Mary. Honestly, I never have enough space to work. All right, I want to put these guys, actually, I think I'll tear a little off over here. And, hold on. If you just came in here and if I haven't welcomed you yet, welcome in. Thank you for spending a part of your Sunday evening with me. I'm going to tear off a little on this side, maybe about like so. I know I miss a lot of you when I'm working, and I appreciate those of you who welcome folks who come in, especially if they haven't been in for a while or if they're new. I appreciate you guys making them feel at home. Thank you so much for doing that. Now I'm going to tear a little off of the bottom here. And we'll see how it fits. Now that's pretty good. That suits me. That suits me, and I'm just going to use a glue stick to put it in. And under all this stuff that fell, I should have a page that I was using as a glue book page. Here he is. So I'm going to put him on this side, but I want to hold on. I'm arranging stuff here. And I'm just going to do half of them, I think, initially. And I always have trouble seeing. So if I get my head in the way, I apologize in advance. There we go. Now we'll put in the second half. And he comes clear to the bottom. And I always have to go back in and put in on more glue and fix pieces that didn't get stuck down good. So the way it goes. And this is just kind of celebrating the 4th of July, this journal. It's a July journal. I want the first signature to kind of be 4th of July and the last signature to be summer and Christmas in July. probably more summer than Christmas, but all right. Now I had somewhere, I put them over here. I had another flag, and I don't think I want the, because that's talking about Memorial Day. I'm going to trim that off. And I'd like to do more transparent art journal pages, but I'm really not prepared to do one tonight. So that would be fun to do, but, and I'm just going to kind of do a collage over here. Oh, this fits. This fits good. All right. And then I'll trim off what I, let's put this one down first. Where's my glue stick? He rolled away. The little label there says tree limbectomy. You know, like an, well, it means removal of the limbs of a tree. I was laughing at that label. All right. Oh, come on now. Don't be fussy with me. Don't be fussing with me. And actually, I think this was more of a New Year fireworks, but it works for the 4th of July. It works for the 4th of July. I made my brother a meatloaf this afternoon, and it was really good, let me tell you. I took a taste of it, and I said, I don't know what's going to happen to my kidneys and my gallbladder, but I've got to have a piece of meatloaf. And I asked my brother, because I was really happy with myself. I thought I did good. And I asked my brother, I said, did you like the meatloaf? And here you were expecting, yeah, it was good, I enjoyed it. He said, well, it's better than I could make. Which means me, did he like it or not? He has a hard time saying good things about things. I've noticed that when he talks to other people too. He can't say, I really did like that. He says, oh, it's okay. It's better than I could do. Well, yeah, but did you like it? Was it yummy? I would have said, yeah, Mary, thank you so much for taking 2 hours out of your afternoon that you had planned to do other things and making me a meatloaf. Although I will say he's pretty good about doing things. We have one of those Dyson vacuum cleaners, and after I did all my fussy cutting the other day, and I had some popcorn, and let's see, I think I'm going to trim this just a little, and I spilled my shavings of my popcorn. I don't want to trim his hand. And so I took the vacuum cleaner and vacuumed the floor up. And when you do that, I got the bag already had stuff in it. Well, I don't think his hand went that way anyway. I think I can trim that. I don't know what happened to his hand. Did I cut his hand off? No, I don't think so. His hand must be down here. I think I can trim that a little bit more. About but I have trouble getting that bag the attachment off where you empty it, and I just put a bag on the handle and push it in the back porch, and he's pretty good about emptying that stuff, and he's good about taking care of my little chainsaw for me, so I can't complain too much. He does things. I always thank him, but I would have expected a Yeah, Mary, that meatloaf was really good. I enjoyed it. Now, I got to do something arty to this page. Where did I put the lid? So I'm seeing red. Let's do some red. And I think I'll do red paint. And I don't think he understood that, hey, Mary would have liked a really good compliment for her famous meatloaf. Can I take it out of the cap? I don't know. You know, guys, sometimes they don't get it unless they're a cook and do their own cooking and realize that. All right, the brush I wanted to use, I used as a glue stick, so let me get a paper towel. But I think he's really looking forward to, with some sense of this could all fall through, because it has before. So we're hoping that we get to go down to the lake. We're hoping that pans out, and I think he's really looking forward to it. I'm kind of looking forward to it, even though I don't think there'll be any place for me to go shopping. Oh, boo. But, you know, I can shop another time. I can shop on, I don't know what the internet is going to be. Jacqueline says, come to my place. You can shop online. Now I'm seeing white stripes or some sort. Let me go on the other side. And I want to put some more paint in the cap here. And sometimes I like to paint out of the cap. Just I shake it down get some in the cap. And especially if I'm not doing a whole page, if I'm just doing a border, something like that. And although this page doesn't personally have a meaning to me it just signifies a celebration. You know, we celebrate the 4th of July. I heard a lot of fireworks go off, but I don't think we had much of a celebration in our little town. It was okay. It was hot and muggy. And I watched the national celebration on TV. I enjoyed that. I don't know if I want to do the flag. We'll leave the flag. We'll let the flag fly. Alrighty. Something fell on the floor. I keep knocking stuff off here with my elbow. Alright. So, let me, hold on a minute. Let me grab if I can see it down here. I'm always moving it around. My little book. Where is it at? No, we'll use this one. This is my Dee Dee Better Get Crack-a-Lackin' book. Let me move my journal here. It'll probably fall down on me. The Crack-a-Lackin' book. And I'm still just putting in backgrounds. Get what paint I can off of this brush before I put it in the... And eventually I'm going to come in and I think I've done some pages in here. Well, it's upside down. Get Crack-a-Lackin'. She had commented once that she wanted to fill a journal with, there's a pick 10 thing, a journal with just, you know, do the pages. And she commented about how Southern Gal Designs and Meri Abrams had done these journals with just the backgrounds. And I'm going, where's mine? What did I do? And so I grabbed this one and I started filling it out with background stuff. And I still have some empty pages to do. And I just found it again. This one, it looks like I doodled some in here. Had fun doing that. Let me put this paint away. Better get crack-a-lackin', so I call it my Dee Dee crack-a-lackin' journal. But I'll eventually go in here and maybe put in some of those fussy cuts that... Here, I have such a hard time painting birds. They look so weird to me. What's in between? Yeah. But I can't get much more in here and it'll start alligatoring it. And of course I can break the spine, but... Alright, let's go back to the 4th of July. Let me look at chat before I do that. Let me bring my journal down. Doo, 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 doo. We'll let this dry while I'm looking at chat. Let me reset the chat. Chat filter. All messages. There you are. Laura. Hi, Laura. Welcome in, Laura. Jersey Craft. Debubble. Hi, Angie. Angie, thank you so much for the free mailing. Thank you, Jersey. Laura says, I'm going to have to make me an appointment to call you. She's talking, oh, Angie said, talking to Laura. Laura says, oh, she's laughing. She says, I usually have nothing going on. You just caught me in a busy set of days. Laura, I'm busy all next week, Angie says. Meri, you are welcome. Thank you, Angie. Ginger says, uh-oh, Meri had Juju's computer disease there for a second. Oh, what was that? What's Juju's computer disease? Inquiring minds want to know, Pam. Pam is Ginger Cat Lady. Ginger says, I'm always amazed by people who use those big, huge Tim Holtz scissors to fussy cut. Yeah, the person that I laughed at a lot, and she probably still does it, I haven't seen her for a while. She has those big Harbor Freight 14-inch blades. I have these, but I don't use them much because I'm afraid I'll ruin them. I invested in a pair probably a couple years ago. I think they quit selling those. I don't know if they quit selling them or I just couldn't find them. The Harbor Freight ones, big old, but Rosemary Morris uses those great big blades to fussy cut little teeny things. She does a good job of it, but you gotta laugh. Dale is laughing. Dale says, I've bled out a few times from those very sharp little scissors. Yeah, I get that. Oh, and what's the computer disease? Laura, I will have to Gmail you when Cole starts back to school. Okay, I'll let you guys work that out. I want to know what Juju's computer disease is. Somebody tell me. Dale says, I like to glue book, but fussy cutting makes me go crazy. Yeah, it kind of depends. If I get into a detailed area that I can't handle, what Dee Dee does is she'll leave those spaces and then she'll go in and blend it in with the background, which is a very good technique. Sometimes I'll do what they call a cartoon cut, and I'll intentionally leave a border around it. And I can tolerate that. Let's see, Meri, are you in Nebraska? Yes, I am, Pam. I am in south central Nebraska, probably about maybe 60 miles from the Kansas border, approximately, give or take 60 miles. Probably just about in the center of a little town called Harvard, which was named after the big town called Harvard. And it's probably about 1,000 people here. Very quiet, small town. I really had to adjust coming from Madison down here. It really was a change of pace for me. But I've been down here for 9 years now, and I actually like it. I understand now why I wasn't able to stay in Madison, and I'm really kind of thankful because I don't think I would have enjoyed going through that 2020 COVID thing with all by myself up there in Madison with no family around. So, and that's all done. But I'm staying with my brother. I'm retired, and his ex-wife passed away, and his significant other passed away, and he owns this house, and he said, come down here and stay. He says, I've got 3 bedrooms. And he let me have this room that I'm in now is actually a den. He's got a dining room, a living room, and a den on the, and the kitchen, of course, and his bedroom is all on the first floor. And he's let me take over this den and make it my studio and the little closet next to it. And I have filled it up. I've got to get in here and clean things up. But he said I could do whatever I want in here, so I packed it full. So that's kind of the story to that, Pam. Meri is making me want to glue book. Let's do some glue booking. Well, actually, yeah, we'll come back to this. I've got the rest of July next week to work on this. I would like to get it done in July, but I've got to do the fireworks page. Otherwise, I think this signature is about full. And I'm going to paint it black and splatter is my intention, and do streaks. But other than that, I think, because this is done, I'm going to leave that because that's Dee Dee's. These are done. And I'm going to leave this as background to the transparent pages that we did the other night. And there's a scrap. And I'm just going to leave this because it shows through in here. And this is more celebrating the freedom. We've got a page here. Now I'm going to put a, it's out in the other room, a slow stitch piece in here. I'll try to work on it. So I got a page here and a page there, and I'll have the first signature done. And I've got enough to do this. Then this, I'm going to do more summer. Well, I put a 4th of July here, because I should have put it over there, but we'll leave it there. I'm going to do summer, and I've got summer images saved out. And it won't take me long to finish this. This is Christmas in July. I'm going to put that card in here. Christmas in July. And this is the end. So I think I can get this done. I might do some videos if I can't go online next week. But I think I can get it done. And then I've got a red button that I want to put on here. And some little silver letters that will say 2025. So let's do some glue booking because I have folded this up, and I will tell you, let me get this out. I am really happy with, this is the one I did the other night, and I'm really happy with how it turned out. I've shown it before. I'm really happy with it. I think what I'm going to do, now I think this is the width of this paper. So I'm going to make them all this size, and then I'm going to make a writing journal. I'm going to make a writing journal, and this will, you know, as I work on this, I'm going to do more of this type of thing. Now, I think what I found it easier, and here's another signature here that I have out. I don't know if, yeah, and I probably need to do more there, but I'm going to work on this tonight. And I think I'm going to pull from here, and I might go behind and pull some images from what I showed you earlier. So what I have found is I don't want this to grow too big this way, and I'm going to work this way. So I think about 2 feet, well, let's see, let's measure. Let's measure this again. Let me get my ruler out here. I think this is 9 inches. I think it's, oh, I measure better. Let me get this one. This, I think it's 5.5. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it's 6 by 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Did I count wrong here? There's 3 there, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 6 by 8. Did I count that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 6 by 9. 6 by 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 by 9. So when I do this, we'll find a good beginning here. Now what I've found on these, if I put a full page on the bottom side and a full page on the top side, those two pages will glue together and it will mend this torn. So that's how I'm going to handle that. But let's see, this I think is 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 12. 9 and 9 is 18. 18 from 12 is 7. Well, if I go 12, and I can mark this with a pen because I'm going to glue over it. And let's just say I'm going to heal this. I may not heal it tonight, but I'll heal it. If I go here and mark this, whoops, not there, here. That's 12, and then I need 7 more to make 2 pages. 9 and 9 is 18, 12, and no, I need 6 more. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this should be 18. That's 12, this is 6. Plus 6. 12 plus 6 is 18. So I want to do, and I think what I'll do is mark, and what is it here? Yeah. Mark it here, and let's just draw a line. And I'll come back to this. I want a fairly decent page to work on tonight. I'm going to cut it here. And that's 6. Let's do another one here. Because doing that on a big long strip of paper is really cumbersome. It would be okay if I could stand up and have lots of a standing area and all of that, but I don't. So I'm going to come from here down to here, which is 12, and then I want to add another 6. Whoops, I should have marked. Doggone it. Hold on. Let me get this up to this line and get it as straight as I can. And it will be off a little, so that's still 12, and I want to go 6 more, which would be here and here, and I'm going to cut it here, and then I'm just going to work in 18-inch segments. So let's, and you know, I could have used this as a palette, as a guide, but I didn't. And I'm just going to tear it. I'm not going to cut, I'm going to tear it. Do all the crunching. Got a big ruler to tear with. And I just want to tear here. And I'll set that aside. And I want to tear here. Whoops, come on. Yeah, it's going to be stubborn. Let me cut it. And then these two from here, from this point to this point should be the same, and they are. And I'm going to come back in and heal this, but not right now. So if I fold this in half, it should be 9 inches. But I'm not going to cut it yet. I'm going to do my collaging. I'm just measuring. And then for my journal, I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll have 8 pages off of this. But I'm going to collage from here and here, and then I'm going to turn it over and collage here and here. And then I'll cut it where I folded it in half, and then fold this one in half to form the pages. So let's get crack-a-lackin'. And I'll deal with this other in another stream. This big long piece. Looks like I can get 2 more out of this. In fact, I know I can. And I'm just going to let these accumulate until I get enough to make a nice journal. Alright, now I'm going to collage this way because my pages are going to face this way. And because I'll fold them like that. I don't want to collage this way, which would be handy if I could. I could move my, but I don't want to move. I could change this desktop to be this way instead of that way, but that's a lot of bother. But I do need a piece of waxed paper. And grab it down here. I got a new box of wax paper that's fallen out. Away before I lose it again. Or I'll just put it in that can. I don't want it to roll off. Let's put my glue sticks over here out of the way and move this. Got wax paper there. Okay. And what I like to do, those of you who have been in here a lot know, is I like to, this is a glass tabletop. This is glass, as Tim Hope. I like to spritz it with water. Get a lot on there and then smush it around. Now I got some pins here that, and then this wax paper will stick for a temporary bond. It doesn't stick, it usually dries out before I'm done, but this prevents my wax paper from moving around while I'm working. Alright, so I'm ready to just pull. Now I don't have any planned images in here. I didn't say these are what I'm going to put down. I just said these are what I cut. These are ones that I was using from the other day when I did those other signatures. I'm going to use these up. So I have a Nebraska land turtle. I've got birds, and I've got a lot of little pieces. Let me put those all in a little spot over here. and keep my larger ones out in my hand. And it won't take long to do this. That's pretty. I'll probably use that. And this one has a journal spot that goes with it. I might get 2 of them done tonight. I'm going to use the sunflower. And then I try to find something. Now it would help kind of if I fold this in half. Although I'm not too particular if it goes on to the top of the next page. But it kind of gives me an idea of how much. If I didn't want this to go over, I could put it right there and then trim this little, maybe about 1/2 inch, 3/4 of an inch off. I think I'll do that. And I could do the same for this if I folded it this way, if I was really particular. And I think I'm going to let it go over, depending on what. See, like I could do something like this on the other side and glue it underneath. Or this one is pretty. But these two, because they're going to be signatures, this will never be opposite of that. Because, you know, I'll be putting other signatures on. So, let's see if I have something a little thinner. I could do this one and maybe put this one over here. That's a possibility. This one. Maybe put the butterfly down there. I like doing that. So I think I'll do that. Let's get these others temporarily out of the way so I don't mess them up, which means they're going up above. I'll probably have a craft lunch here in a minute. So these are the 3 images that I'm going to use, and I'll turn this one off after I get them on. I'm using wet glue. Now I could use my Yes paste, but it's too expensive for a project like that. When you use wet glue, expect some wrinkles. It's just gonna happen. And that's okay. Looking at that other page that I showed you, the wrinkles will be there, but they will also kind of thin out as you work. Let me get another towel. You can smooth out as many as you can if you have a credit card. I don't know if I've got anything around that right handy. I've got my ruler. I'll probably try my ruler to spread some wrinkles out, you know, like this. Alright, let me open my glue. My glue, it used to be school glue, but I'm using glue all now. And yeah, you just gotta expect some wrinkles. And let me get this brush I'm using as a glue brush. It looks like I got a little bit of color there, but that doesn't, well, I think that's my finger. It really doesn't matter because it's going on the bottom anyway. And so, let's just get started here. So I think I'll go a little over half there. Actually, it'll go over to, let me mark it. I moved my pins around. Let me mark it. So I know where to stop with my glue. About to here. That's my Tombow. I don't want to lose it. I'm going to put it in my drawer. Alright, so I think I'll just put half of it down first. And you could, I lost my, let me get another one out here. My page I was using as a glue page. I buried it. Let me get another one out. These are just circular things you pick up at the grocery store. Magazines, retail magazines. Alright. Okay, I'm ready now. So I'm going to come into here. And this glue is kind of thick. I had watered some of it down, but I don't want it to get too watery either. So we'll just go right in here. And I eventually want to use this as a writing journal, and I'll be putting pages, blank pages or line pages or ledger papers in between them. And I'll probably have more writing pages than I have. This isn't going to work. I'm just going to use my... I got to get to my cart that has all my tools and stuff on it. And I never get these completely straight. Just not in Meri's DNA. Perfection. It's not a part of my... Alright, so let's lift this up a little. And let's do the rest of it. Now, Dee Dee uses... and you could use Mod Podge. Dee Dee uses golden, I think, when she collages her posters and stuff. But hers is more, mine is just for a, like I said, I think I'm going to do a writing journal. Now, how far down am I going to come? Yeah, that'll be okay. And she probably doesn't have the same issue that I do with the wrinkling, and she's more particular about what she does. Rightly so. She does beautiful work. I'm just doing mine for one thing. I want to use up my images. There's no sense in saving stuff if you don't use them. And I'm trying to work out all my bubbles. You'll get some. It'll just happen. That's the way it goes. And I know I put a good layer of glue on there, so there shouldn't be. And sometimes, as the pages press together, it works these out. It presses them out. Oh, but whoops, I tore a hole there. Oops, it got a little rough there. I'll have to put something on that. I think it's right where I fold it, though. We'll see how close it is. Maybe a piece of washi tape. Alright, we're going to call that good, although I do see some... Oh, can I lift this up? Let's put some glue on this. See, there's glue there, but evidently it wasn't happy with it. Come up a little bit more if I can. And it could just be because it's wet. The wrinkling. You know, you're going to get wrinkles on wet media, on paper. It just happens. A glue stick, if you had 10 million glue sticks, they would work nice. But I'm just going to use wet glue. I get the idea what it looks like. I'm pretty happy with it. Now let's come over here and do, I had it like this, and I'll trim that off after I get this on. Now I'm going to go just a little bit over the side here, and I'm not going to measure where it ends. I'm just going to go a little over the side. And I'm not meaning this to be for any type of perfection thing. It's just, like I said, I'm going to use it in my writing journal. I've been making a lot of writing journals. I've been writing a lot. Actually, I haven't been writing a lot. I've been making more than I can keep up with myself. All right, I'm going to put this right in here. And I'm trying to push from the center out, thinking that will help. But you're still going to get wrinkles. It's just going to happen. But I do think if you weight this down, a lot of that, because it's wet, I think a lot of it will press out. We'll see. And then I'm going to put this one down here. Now, it comes right about to there. I'm going to hold my hand there for a minute and put some glue on that. Right in there. Can I come under there? Get under there. And let's put this one right. Actually, he could go over a little bit more. Right in there. Now, rather than cut this off, I think I'll fold it over this side. Be the start of the piece on the other side. But I want to heal this where I tore a hole in it. So let's look for something to... I could either... I think I'll get a little piece of washi. What shall I put on there? Let's put a piece of this if I can get it off. I have a feeling we'll be going to town tomorrow. My brothers, they said they're out of milk down at the little grocery store here, and he's out of milk. He misses his milk, and I think he'll be wanting to go to town tomorrow. So I was thinking maybe I would ride along. There's some things I want. A light bulb. That's what reminded me of that. I'm going to put a little tape glue on here when I put that tape down. Put it right. Oops, up a little, Mary. You can always trim it off. It's dark in here, in this room. Shall I go clear to the end? Yeah, I think I shall. And it didn't quite cover it up. I'm going to put another layer here. Another layer up here. But not on the other side. I'm going to stop there. I want to get a brighter, they don't sell, they sell the daylight bulbs, but they're still not bright enough for me. I need better lighting in here, and I might have to order something because I'm not finding anything at Menards that suits my fancy. All right. So now, I think I missed my line here, so let's go. I want to see where 9 inches is on here. I think I had it at the bottom, but that doesn't look right to me. Let me take this off. Yeah, it'll stick. It'll stick. Let me just kind of fold this and make sure that, yeah, it's, actually this is going to become the top of the next, let me go down 9 inches. 9 inches is right in there. That's okay. It's okay to have a little green up on the top. Or I could even, I need to mark it though. I found my other cap that I was looking for the other day. It was here, I just couldn't see it. I think I dropped that other pen off on the floor. We'll use this one I have in my hand. I need to mark 9 inches so I know where to put my next image. will come up from the bottom here. All right, right there. I don't want to lose that. All right, so now I have to figure out what I'm going to do on the second half of this. So let me get out my images again. And I'm sticking with the larger ones tonight. Maybe this one would be pretty. And that covers just about the entire page this way. So we just need something down in there. I don't know if I want to do the turtle. I could do this one over. No, I'm going to save that for the other side. What else do I have here? The smaller ones, the bird. He's kind of torn there. However, I could glue this one on first. Bring it, that line is about even with that. I think I'll put it right there and then take this flower and kind of work it in over here. And I might have to tear a part of that. And it only goes up to here. So let me bring this down a little. Which would be, get that up a little further. Right, kind of almost to the tail of that butterfly. And then I'll either cut or tear with my fussy cut. But let's put this guy on first. And I need something down in here. I could do another butterfly. Not quite. Piecing together the past. I've got a border here, not quite big enough. That's my piece that goes up there. Let's go around. Got my little dolls. There's a little angel here. This one really is looking like the best. So let's go back over here. Put that back up there. What's this? No, not that one. This one in here after well, it'll have to go down first before I put the bird down. And I think I don't want that. So I'm going to put this here, this up here. That works. I got the, then I could put something there, that butterfly maybe. All right. So let's put this piece down. And so this is glue booking my way. A lot of people, when they glue book, they just slap it on there. I can't do that. It's just not in me. I have to think things through. And I have to, you know, it is still random kind of, but they have to make sense to me. And I like to relate them to each other, even though this side will never relate to that side because there'll be signatures in between. But, yeah. I'm just going to put this whole thing down in here. What time is it? Oh, it's 8 o'clock almost. 3 minutes until 8. And we'll put this one. Let's see, I think I'll put as much as I can. I'll let my girl be over there. When I say my girl, I mean her. And we'll put this one in here. Put that, glue that down. Alright, now we'll take the bird. Where's the bird? And we'll put him right in here. And I think this line kind of goes right along the top of that tape. So I think if I put that bird right in here, right in there. So I'm gonna do it a half at a time here. And how wide is he? And he comes over to there. So right in here. And I probably should thin this glue down a little bit more, but I tend to get it too watery when I do that. So, under that tape. Alright, let's put this bird on right about here. And take my towel and now this is not as thin paper, and I'm finding I'm not getting as many wrinkles. This came out of the Nebraska Land magazine. They're a nice magazine, and the paper is thicker, so I'm not getting all those wrinkles that I got on these thinner pages. So that your paper type matters a lot too. Okay, now I'm going to finish this out. Get some of that glue off of the and I like to pull my image up a little and make sure I get under again. Now I got a lot of glue on there. And because this has been collaged before, it's kind of thick and wrinkly, and it will cause some issues, but it'll be what it is. And this is a way to use up your magazines and enjoy them rather than just trashing them after a year or two. You can't keep them all. You can't keep them all. It's not going to happen. That's pretty good. Now this was torn. So now I'm going to put this, what was it, this one? And I thought that I was going to have to tear it because I want to get all of this flour on. And it goes right in here. Right? Well, it could go up a little. And I'll cover up my lady here. So, I don't want to do that. Let's tear that and tear this area out in here. And I'm just going to tear it by hand. Sometimes that's just as fun. And there's a lot of ways to tear this. You could wet it down with water and all of that, but I'm going to use my ruler here. If I can find it. This trash. see how this fits. It's fitting like I want it to. Yes, ma'am. That works for me. Could probably bring it over just a smidgen. Like that. All right, let's do the top. And so when you work with whole pages like this, it goes a lot faster. It goes a lot faster than putting in 10 million little images, although I like the little images. Let's see, I do think I'll go down to here, because I have the glue on my brush. And let's just come up like that. Alright, let's see what I can do here. I want it right in there. And let's smooth it down from the center out. I am happy with that. This area is a little weird, but let's see what I can put there. If I had another doll, I probably do around here somewhere. I have a piece of, oh no, that goes to my Penelope! She jumped over the cliff. Penelope jumped the cliff. She said, Mary, I'm not going down on that page. I'd rather jump. Henrietta. Yeah, I said Henrietta. We'll put Henrietta there, but I still need something on the underneath. Penelope jumped. She jumped. I don't have anything here. I cleaned it out too good the other day. Well, I know I want Henrietta. After I said how good that glued down, it's given me some wrinkles in here. Oh well. Alright, we got to, what did I do with Henrietta? I want that there, but I want something in here. Let's see what I have. I'm so sorry, Penelope. I'm sorry you felt like you couldn't take it anymore. Let's see what I have. I have this butterfly. How does he go? Like that? I kind of like that, moving down a little. Penelope jumped. Penelope jumped. I don't know where that bug head is. That works. Now let's move it down and maybe fold it there. I'll get her out with, Becky gifted me a little tool that I can, it's a long-armed pinch tool that I can pull things out. Thank you so much for that, Becky. It really comes in handy. I don't know if she's in here or not. She and Scott usually go visit Scott's mother on Sundays. So, I understand. Scott's mother is in her 90s. They watch out for her. Alright, Henrietta is going to go here. And it looks like I had glued her onto something. I can take that off. There we go. Throw that away. Ah! Stuck on my thumb. And we will put Henrietta's name down here. Now see, you could make up a little story about Henrietta. And her butterfly and the bird and the flowers. Henrietta's garden, flower garden. Only it's only, you can hardly see the H. I need to move it up. There we go. Alrighty. Now, what we're going to do is take this. I was going to trim it. What I'm going to do is turn it upside down. Oops, not that. I say that. And I'm going to fold this over like this. And fold this one over. Now this one I'll probably trim off because it's too little to fold over. And I'll probably end up trimming this other off, but I think I'll fold this over. No, I think I'll trim it because it's pretty thick. It's pretty thick, she said. It was collaged onto another piece. But this we're going to glue down. And let's plan out what we're going to put on here. I know I want to use this one. And that will go good right down in here. Oh, maybe I better trim this first. Because it's going to mislead me. You see why I'm only doing 18-inch pieces? Because it can, and that's actually 8 pages in my journal. Did I glue that down? No, I haven't glued that down yet. And let's trim this. Well, actually, I guess I wanna move that over a little, like that, and then I want to trim that, if I can get to it. Trim this. And if you come in while I'm doing this, I will tell you if I miss saying hello to you, hello. I get focused on what I'm doing on my desk. The way I work is I go into a segment where I'm working on a project, and then I come back out and have a chat segment. So don't feel bad if I haven't welcomed you yet. I will say that I really do think that the people that are in here are good about welcoming others in. Thank you guys for doing that. Okay. I'm good with that now. Let's trim this up at the top as much as I can. Might not be perfect, but I think I'll bring that out. And let's just see if I can stay relatively even. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm going to work from the bottom up here. And I'll have a space in there. Whoops, it goes this way, Mary. And I'm liking that. Except my butterfly will probably be right on the fold. And he is. So let's put it over here. Let's put it over here instead. So that there. And then I have this one, which could go over or under. I think under is better. There. I have another one of these, which could go right in. I guess it goes like this. which works pretty good here, and then I could put something in there. And so I just have the center strip to worry about. And what do I want to put there? The strip stuff. Oh, this is pretty. Maybe that would work better up here. I didn't trim it. I like that up there better. So let's put that up there, and then I just have that little spot. All right. Let's trim the... And this is the only page I'm going to do tonight because, you know, it gets a little redundant after a while watching it, and I like to work on a lot of different things during my streams. I'll tell you, I get bored myself. I get bored myself. And I don't pay too much attention with how straight I'm cutting or all of that. It doesn't bother me too much to have crooked edges. So if I put this here, glue that down, put this here over it, right in, right up in here, it just fits. It just fits. I might have to put something in there. Then this here, and that could come up. No, that's just about perfect. This there, this here. I just have that little area there and maybe a blank spot up above. Oh, and you can't see. All right, let me bring it all down. I'm going to work on this first. Should I zoom out a little? You guys probably can't see. I haven't been paying attention. Let me zoom out a little. Can I zoom out? Come on, phone. It's not moving. So sorry. Let me show you the front side again. Here's the front side, and it is wrinkly. But I do honestly feel like when I work on this, I know there's glue in there. It's just, you know, as I get weight on it, I think that'll work some of it, because I know I put a lot of glue on it. And it's just wet. And as I work on it, those wrinkles will work out. And as it dries, and if I put weight down on it, it generally works most of those wrinkles out. No, it won't be perfect. But this is the front side. Like that. And it will be folded in half. It'll be cut. I'll cut it this way and then fold it in half this way. And then this will be the other page over here. And this will be folded in half. And I'm really liking this, to tell you the truth. So I'm going to glue this side down. I'm going to work on the top first. And let me show you what did I do with it? Is it out here? It's here. I just got to get to it. Is that it? Well, this is one of them. See, this one still has some wrinkles, but it's not wet wrinkly. And I've got another one here. I got to get to it. This is the one that I think... Hold on, I've got things coming at me here. This one. I'm really liking this one. And most of it's a little wrinkly, but they're flat wrinkles. They're not bad. I can live with this. It's a glue book. It's a glue book. And I'll probably be putting pages in between here, writing pages of various things. So I'll probably in one signature, I'll probably only have 2 folios like this, and the rest will be writing pages. We'll see. We'll see what happens when I put it together. But right now, I'm just making pages out of my images. So let me go back to what I was doing here. Put these back up above. But I find if I keep stuff from piling up on my desk, I'm a lot more comfortable working. But boy, I'll tell you, things pile up awful fast. Alright. So I'm working on this top area here. Let me move my camera down a little because you don't need to see all of that. There. That's a little better. You want a glue book tonight, Juju? Go for it. Mary says go for it. Go for it. If you want a glue book, glue book. Yeah. Do it. Do it. I get so inspired when I watch Dee Dee and Becky, and that's my big problem. I start another project when I got 10 on the table. Oh, look, Becky's doing a crochet project. Let's break out the crochet needles. And she did, Becky did a dragon corner to corner Afghan. She's done so much, she just puts me to shame. And Dee Dee, she always inspires. All right, that's not my towel. Where's my towel? Well, let's just get out another one. Hold on. Dee Dee is inspiration, and her middle name is Inspiration. Dee Dee Willingham. Inky Well. There's Becky. She said, we bought a Powerball ticket for tomorrow night's draw, as it's over 300 million right now. Ooh, if we go to town tomorrow, Becky, you're going to... See, Becky inspired me to buy a Powerball ticket. All right, now I'm going to put... What one was it? Was it this one? Next. And it just doesn't quite match, but I think I'll put some washi tape down there. Now this is thinner paper, again, but isn't that pretty? And I got it upside down. It says, one golden day. This should go in my sunshine journal. One golden day redeems a weary year. Weary. W-E-A-R year. And that's Celia Dexter. It's hard to read that white. And I'm gonna have to put some washi tape down there, but that's what I'll do. Becky and Scott, I hope you win. I hope I win too, though. I would be happy with a smaller prize if I didn't win the grand prize. Maybe I'll buy a Powerball ticket tomorrow, Becky. See what you did? Becky bought a ticket, Mary's got to run and buy one. My brother, he buys them occasionally, but he says you're just throwing your money away, and kind of you are. But, you know, you can't win if you don't play. The trick is not to throw all your money away on Powerball, thinking you're going to win. Just play for fun every now and then. When the price gets high. That's what most people do. Most people wait until that price gets really high, and that's why when the price gets high, everybody's buying Powerball tickets and Mega Million tickets and everything, because they don't want to invest their $10 and lose it for a $2 ticket. Although it's debatable. You do what you want. Meri's not gonna, I used to buy a lot, but I was working. Every now and then I'll buy one, but not as much as I used to. Not as much as I used to. Let's glue this down a little bit better. $300 million, and then you only get half of it, and then you have to pay taxes on that half. So a half of a 300 million is 150 million. And I think the taxes is about 60%, maybe 70%, 65%. So just take another 2/3 just to cover yourself out of your 150. Well, 1/3 would be 50 million, 2/3 would be 100 million. So you might get, what, $50 million out of the deal? Could you live off of $50 million for a, what is it? If you get the power play, it's $3 ticket. I could if I won the grand prize, but then, you know, winning the grand prize is another story. But even, you know, even a smaller price, you could pay your bills off if it was decent. What would you do if you won? Well, let's say you won it, 300 million, and you got a return of 50 or maybe 60, maybe 70 million if you're lucky and have a good financial advisor. What would you do? Let's just say, we'll go in between and say if you got $60 million out of the deal. What would you do with $60 million? What would you do with it? Let's see, I think I'm going to have that gap in there. And this is going to come, let me move this up. I probably would have trouble. Well, I could probably spend $1 million, very easy. I think I'm going to put this one on first. And I'm going to put it on and cut this part off. So I'm going to put it right in here, line this up. I could probably figure out a lot of legitimate ways to spend $1 million. You know, it wouldn't take, in today's economy, it wouldn't take much to, you know, share with your friends and buy, you know, take care of your family, pay off all your bills. There's my $1 million there. Pay off your bills, medical expenses, all of that. You know, your housing. Although I'm happy with this house, I would probably do some upgrades to it that my brother won't do. Hire some people to come in and paint the kitchen, and maybe hire a decorator to do a French country kitchen for me, and do a new bathroom. Becky and Scott are doing their own bathroom. And, yeah. I could spend $1 million probably pretty easy. My car's getting older. Although I'd probably drive my car until I couldn't anymore, but that's not going to be that far away, I don't think. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait until it happens. My brother will probably say, drive my pickup. You know. All right, I think I'm happy with that. I'm just going to have this area, maybe some washi tape on here. And then we're going to put this one down in here. I'm happy with this. I am happy. This is, I think this is, oh, this is some right, I'll bet you this goes like this. And that, but that looks upside down, but this printing here, is that printing or just a stitched line? It makes more sense to me this way. That butterfly, I think it does go like this. So, let's do half of it first. And that really brings me to something I wanted to do tonight, but it's too late now. I forgot to do it. I got involved in doing this. What would you do with $1 million? What are some of your things you've always wanted to do that, you know, the money prevents you from doing it? And I would love to have a studio. I'd love to have a studio in one of these old buildings around here, the old store buildings. Of course, now, I don't know if I would do it in this town, though, and invest all that in, because, you know, we don't have a grocery store, all of that. And my brother, well, me neither, we're not going to live forever. And if something happened to my brother, you know, I would probably not live in this town. I'm only here because he's here. I'd probably move to another town, and that I probably would not invest in a studio. And who knows, I may be in a care facility. I may be so old that you know. But it's kind of one of my long-time dreams is, you know, and I would be too old to do it. But I watch these. I've been watching a video of a lady, I think she's in California, and she bought a general store, you guys. She bought a general store, and she's converting it. I think she's converting it into her living area. She's an artist, I believe. I just started watching her, and you guys, she's going through all this old ephemera that's up on the second floor. And I just started watching her and going, Fib Diggity! She's got Fib Diggity! And it's really interesting that she's bought a general. Now, her general store is like a small town general store. My idea of my general store is more of a department store. So mine is more of a department store type thing, but although I've called it a general store. But hers is like in a small town, and it's a brick building and she's up on the second floor, and she's going through trunks and boxes, and she's showing all this ephemera. She's just got hands full of it. And even if she sold that ephemera for $2 a piece, she could probably make a good couple of $100,000 just off what she has in her hands, I would think, because it's just full of ephemera. I'm going, don't throw that away. Don't throw it away. And she probably knows better, because I think she is an artist. All right, I am liking this a lot. It is sticking on me here. And let's take care of this area and put some washi on here, I believe. I think I'm liking this. Now, I'll probably let it dry good before I fold and cut it. Well, I might. No, I think I will. I'll let it dry, because that's what I did with that other page. I just set the whole thing aside and let it dry. All right, let's see what I want to do up in here. So what I have left, I've got this old automobile, which is kind of fun. I've got my turtle, and he doesn't really fit on there for me. This is that's not for this. I've got this, which doesn't, this is my glue page. I've got this, which might work in here, sort of. Yeah, I think that kind of works in there. And we'll cut that part off. So I think just some washi tape there. Now the rest of this, I've used up a lot of what I pulled out. Look, I've got that. Oh, you know, I could put that insect up in there. I'm going to leave him out. So these, and this, and these are all going to go. Oh, I've got a bird there too. That might work good. We'll make a decision. I've got ephemera that I can put back. This creature goes with, where was it? This. Minds of their own. And let's see. And these are my pages that I've done. So I'm going to put all of this that I have in my hand back in the envelope. Hold on, I dropped some towel, I think. All right, let me get my envelope out and put these back in, and I'll be adding to this, but I'm not going to dig my box out every time I want to do a page. I'm going to put them in here. I'll just take a handful of images and put in there. Now, do I want to use the bird here or the bee, the insect? I don't think he's a bee. I don't know what he is. I would probably cut it in there. I'm leaning toward the insect. What do you guys think? The insect or the bird? The bird would probably come down lower. And I would probably, I'm going to let you guys tell me what to do. Good night, Becky girl. Have a good rest. They're saying good night to Becky. She says, I'd want to build a neighborhood with real starter homes for young people. 1,100 square feet and less. Oh, that's a good idea, Becky. That's a good thing to do. Hi, Allie K. Did Becky say good night? Somebody's saying good night to Becky. She says, okay, green tea is gone and I'm off to get ready for bed. Sweet dreams, Becky. Sweet dreams. Hi, Allie K. Hi, Lala. Angie says, I would open up a craft store here where I live. Ooh, that would be fun too, Angie girl. Hi, Jane. You would give me money? Woo, there we go. If Jane won the lottery, she'd pass a little bit of money to me. Tell you, $10. $10 would be the upper limit, Jane. You've already gifted me. Thank you so much for your happy mail. She says, I would give to many charities. Yes, I would probably do that. Pay off the house. See, I don't think that, I never owned a house. I always lived in apartments and townhouses and that. My brother owns this house, but I think I'm too old now to own a home. So I would probably not have a mortgage to worry about. I would have rental to worry about. My main cost, I have to be honest with you, would probably be health care. At some point, I'm going to need dental care. I don't know what type, and I keep putting the oral surgeon off. I'm going to put him off again because I want to go down to the lake. I'm going to call him and say, I hate to do it to you again, but our family is leaving the country, leaving the state at the end of July, and I didn't know about it. And I'd rather go there than your house. No, I won't tell him that. So, but I am going to have to, I don't know if it'll be implants or dentures. I'll probably be dentures, but that means we'll be pulling teeth and, you know, all the issues that go with the dentures. Oh, I hate even thinking about it. Let's see, Jane says she would give money to those who live on the streets. Oh, it just breaks my heart when I hear this stuff. Not breaks my heart, just overwhelms my heart. Buy a home on the lake and give some to my mom and siblings. Yes. Yeah. I wouldn't mind starting a scholarship fund, but I don't know if it would be, I don't know where it would be to. Whether it would be to a community college or a high school or a private school or a public. I would have to think all that out when I got there. But I would probably do something like that too. Of course, gift to charities and things like that. I would do that. Let's see. Becky says, pay off the bills and invest. Yes. Angie says, pay for my funeral. Get me a thumbstone. Angie's going to have a thumbstone. It's really not thumb, it's TH. She means a tombstone. Yeah. Yeah, that to prepay your funeral would be a good thing. I have a burial policy that if something happens to me, my family, my burial cost and all that is already covered, although it's not a prepaid funeral. It's more an insurance policy thing. But it's specifically for burial type stuff. An Alaskan cruise? Woo! Becky's gonna go to Alaska, and a trip to Scotland. Yeah, go for it, Beck. She's in bed right now. I would buy me a house, go on a trip, and don't take any families. I have family members have any of it. Oh, I don't know. I think I'd share with my family if they needed it. The thing is, I don't think my family really needs it. I'm needier than they are right now. But if they needed it, I would certainly chip in. I think I'm going to put this up, I guess, right in here. And how does that affect this? Yeah, I think right in there, and then cut it here. Cut it right there. Yeah, I think that I could go through $1 million pretty fast. But then, you know, if you invest, just say you got 60 million and you spend $1 million, and you invest 59 million, that just the interest alone off of 59 million, you have to figure out how to spend all that. I'm gonna put this right in here. So, yeah, you're gonna have more money than you know what to do with. I don't think I would go crazy with it, but you never know. How, you know, you think you'd be sensible about it. I'm perfectly happy the way I'm living now. Most of the clothes I have are either clothes that I brought home with me or clothes that I bought at the thrift store. I haven't bought a new outfit in 9 years. Not even a new pair of shoes. Well, I take that back. I did buy some new bras. I did buy some new undies. So, but as far as clothes, my coats are coats that I had when I lived in Wisconsin. They do me fine. There's nothing wrong with them. And all my tops, you see when I do my thrift hauls, the things that I wear when I go shopping and, you know, are things that I brought home with me. They're good. There's nothing wrong with them. Now, I think I'm going to get out some washi tape. I think I'll leave my glue out. I haven't decided on the bee. The bee really kind of goes and blends, but the bird is pretty. The bird I would probably put right here. I don't know, the bee just, or whatever insect it is, seems to fall in. Let's finish reading my chat. Poor dog. What's going on here? We play once in a while. They're talking about is it a Powerball ticket? I have to remember to get Bernadette in. That's what she's saying, poor dog. Last night I forgot about her and left her outside. Oh, poor Bernie. Aw. Vale says, I have an issue with making new junk journals and forgetting about the ones I've already made. I know, Vale. I just get them piled up. And glue books. I haven't done a lot of glue booking lately, but I've got to use up these. I have got to use up these magazines. They're just, you know, otherwise they're just going to sit here and go to waste. And we don't want that. And I'll have 8 pages out of this. 4 on, it'll be cut in half, and then I'll fold it in half. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I'm going to put this in a writing journal. So I want more writing than I do images. So, you know, by the time I use up all my images, I'll have enough to do 20 million writing journals. if I do use them all for writing. Let's trim this off now. There's that. I'm liking this. Let's go up a little more. Becky said, we bought a Powerball ticket tonight for tomorrow night's draw. It's over 300 million right now. I don't know. I think our draws, are they all on? This is the draw on Monday nights now? Wrinkle and crinkle, Stephanie says. Well, it's not too bad. I'm going to hang around until I finish this cup of tea. She finished her tea and she's off to bed. Becky says, we get up at 5, Scott leaves, and 6 and 6:30 I'm ready to create. I think Becky is, Vale says, Mary, you bring a smile to my face when you talk with Penelope. Penelope jumped over the cliff tonight. Becky gifted me this. I keep it up here. Becky gifted me this. I'm going after Penelope. I'll do it after the stream to get things out when it jumps over the cliff. And I have been advised to put a piece up here to things, but Penelope would have fallen anyway because she jumped off her throne. All right. Let's see what else went on. Jane says, liking your pages, Mary. I have purple flowers and the butterfly too. Aw. Becky says, I just popped in to say hi and then good night as it's our bedtime. Yeah, Becky and Scott put in pretty full days on Sunday. Blanket hellos, Lala says. Calico is here. Calico Kathy. I call her Calico Kate. Time for some popcorn, she says. Stephanie says, Mary, I love your glue booking. You know I love to glue. Yes, you do. Juju left. I think she came back. Jane says, good evening. Internet has been going in and out for a few hours. I'm reading up. Jacqueline was here. I think she's gone to bed. She goes to bed kind of early, I think around 8:30, because she gets up around 4. Her family are early risers. All right, I do hair along here. And maybe fit that in there. I think that'll work. And maybe tear this. And that'll help fill up some of this area here. And I think I'll try that with my ruler, if and I can. Popcorn. I'm getting ready for some popcorn. What time is it? 8:46. And, you know, I think I'll probably... Do I want to bring this up a little? I think like that. I think I kind of like it like that. And that will take care of this area. There's still just a little right in there. I think I'll do that. This is a little white for me, but some of this will get trimmed off in here. So let's put this on. Let me grab the... Well, I don't know what I did with it. I moved it around. Let's just glue on this. I do think I'm going to have to mix some water with this. It's awfully thick glue. I've had this sitting around for a while I was using up the other. And I think it's gotten thick while it's set. And while that's drying, I'm going to spread some glue in here. And I know I get plenty of glue on this, but that wet. It's just because it's wet. It's wet. What can I say? Oops, it's way up too high. No, it's not. Where's the top of this page? It's up just a little high. That's the trouble when I'm seated and can't look down on it. I have trouble seeing where my page starts. Here. Right there. Alrighty. Yeah, I think I'm liking that. I don't know if I need washi tape. I got a little area right there that needs something. Just a little, wish I had a white something. Oh, that would work. Fold that right there. And right there. I tell you, that meatloaf, I'm so proud of myself. I made that meatloaf. It's pretty darn good. I even liked it, and I don't really go for that stuff anymore. I thought it was pretty darn good, meatloaf. I'm just gonna kind of fill this area in here. I'll bring it over a little, Mary. There we go. And let's trim. So if she comes on tonight, she said she was going to try Juju Crafting on the Back 40 is on. If you're a mod, could you put in a hi with Teresa in here? She says, okay, go back to my balcony and you won't take my most wonderful gift. Oh, Teresa, don't go. I'll take it. Would one of the mods put a link to Juju's channel? She's going to hopefully stream in about an hour and 10 minutes at 10 Central, I believe. And if you're up and around, I'm going to put this bird back in there. All right, so I think I don't want to do any more to this until it dries. But what I'll be doing is folding this in half when it's dry. And I'll be cutting it. And then after I fold it in half in a good spot here, a little of this butterfly wing will get cut off up in there. But then I'll fold it this way. And, you know, you'll see this page and this page, and this will be a page, and this will be a page. That'll be a page, that'll be a page, that'll be a page, and that'll be a page. So I'm going to set this aside. I'm going to go back to my July journal and do some summer pages for the rest of the stream. And I think I'm going to put this brush in the water. If I need to use it again, I'll... Whoops. Hold on. I missed the glue bucket. And let's put my glue away, because I usually use, in that journal, I use I don't use the wet glue, I use the glue sticks. And let's put it up here. Get my glue sticks out. I might need that. And the journal is, stuff is sliding down the tunnel. This is ephemera. That's a glue page, scissors, washi tape ruler. Here's the journal. And I think I want to do some summer pages in here. Maybe my Christmas card. That's Christmas. Now next month, in August, I may miss the first part of August because I don't know what's going to happen. But I'm going to do my sunshine journal. Don't you think? All right, so my summer pages are going to be in the second signature. And there's not a whole lot. I put that one in there, but I want to go here to this. And I was thinking I would put it this way, but I don't like things that way. So I think I will cut it here and there. And I think I can get most of that the truck on. I might have to cut a little there. So we're going to cut right in here. I'm going to cut with my trimmer, I think. And right there, right at the bumper maybe. And see how that fits. So let's move these pages off until I need room. I need room to work. This goes in my package over here. Hold on. And I still got this little packing paper journal that I'm working on. This one. I've got quite a few pages done in that. I might work, these are smaller images. I might put those Christmas bookmarks in there. But it's up here on my little shelf over here, my little cart. Alright. So, let me put these up above and get my trimmer out. Poor Penelope, it's cold down there. Got the air conditioning vent. She's probably getting cold. She jumped. I didn't push her, she jumped. Alright, I'm going to cut this right at the bumper, I think. Or thereabouts. And I need a new blade for my trimmer, but it'll be okay for this. And this is a card, so it's pretty. And then I'm going to cut it right here. I could cut it at the Merry Christmas, but I think I would get a little of the front bumper off. So I'm going to cut it right in there. Cut that tree off. I'm going to trim the tree off. Push it over a little for now. Where is it at? I'll try this. So this will still be Christmas in July. And it looks like I'm going to have to trim just a teeny bit more. And I think I'll take it off of the back bumper. And we'll just trim until that is 5 1/4. And I think my pages are 5 1/2. But I need that space in there to fold. It looks like I can even come just a teeny bit more. So we'll make it 5. Well, let's just make it 5 because I can put red paint under it. And that'll give it room to breathe. Now I could move it down here and make a pocket. I like that idea. Because I don't like the idea of gluing this whole thing down. It's a card. My brother threw that away. I dug it out of the trash. Don't tell him. I dug it out of the trash. Now, I need something under it. And I used the red paint here. Do I want to do red paint there? And what's on the other side? I don't think I have anything on the other side yet. I think I'll make a pocket. And I could fussy cut along here. I think I will. And we'll make kind of a, we'll see how this works. I mean, it's just a card. If I mess it up, I can use it someplace else or throw it away or whatever. And I took my little scissors out in the other room again. I don't know what it is with me and little scissors. I frequently misplace all my scissors. Look like there's a dog peeking out the window there and a little dog there. I almost cut him. I won't cut your nose off, I promise. There. Now if let's do some, instead of it being so straight up here on the tree, let's jag it up. There. Now, I know from experience that my double-sided tape will not hold this. So I think I'll get some Aleene's tacky glue out. Because I'm going to make a pocket, but I think, hold the phone, put my glue sheet right down at the bottom. I think I'll paint this red. Won't take too long to paint it. And then I'll tacky glue this, and then we'll have to put stuff in there. All right. Let's go to it. Up to it. My dad always said when he approved of something I was going to do, he'd say, hop to it. And when he disapproved of something I was going to do, he'd say, you're making a mistake. You're making a mistake. I always knew I was making a mistake. He'd tell me. Oh. I need another towel. No, it's here. I think this still has red paint on it from before, but that's okay. Not too much. For I did tonight already. And let's put some red paint. Shaky, shaky, shake. Come on. Oh, something's clogging that up. Gooey in there. Should have checked that. Meri, you're making a mistake. I had a plug in there. I'm getting it out. Hold on. It's stuck in there. Come on, get off of there. Guess I'm going to have to use my fingers. Hold on. Yeah, I pushed it back down in. Hold on. Get out of there. Can't get a hold of the darn thing. All right. Now I got red fingers. Where's my foam board? Just a little red though. Now it should work. It should be in the operative word. What in the world is going on here? Gunk. Gunk! There. That did it. That's more paint than I need. I'll be painting one of those pages in my crack-a-lackin' book. You first don't get enough and then you get more than you need. Well, I don't know. It might be okay. I'll have paint on my brush. There we go. All right, let's just push that up a little. Push up. Up, 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 up. Come on. Let me get my crack-a-lackin' book. Crack-a-lackin'. That's a term that Dee Dee uses a lot. Crack-a-lackin'. Get crack-a-lackin' on it. Where was those red pages? There wasn't a whole lot of paint left on my brush. Alright, that's okay. Ew, it's all over my finger though. Gunk. Yuck. Put that brush in the water. Throw this towel away. Put this behind me. I do think I can probably close that. And get another towel here and put some hand sanitizer on it and clean my fingers off. My thumbs are a little sticky too from that Gluebooking. Juju, you go for the Gluebooking. Alright, let's see what I have here. Might need to hit that with the heat gun a little. And I put that away so nice the other night. I'll put it away very nice. Unwind my cord. This is an awfully long cord. And I'm still using my old one that has a short in it. I got a new one. And I haven't used it yet. What's that? We might do a little fussy cutting of these tonight. We'll see how much time I have left. I don't think I'll have a whole lot of time left. Let me plug my heat gun in. And whenever you put a layer of paint on like this, that extra layer strengthens. This is just copy paper, and it strengthens that paper just that much more, which is always good. This is my Christmas in July page. Whoops, I think I unplugged it. I shook it too much. And let's use one of those paint markers that Jane sent and write Christmas in July up here. Let me unplug my heat gun so that I don't like to leave it plugged in. It has a short in it. You never know what could happen. It's always safer to unplug it. All right. So the next thing I'm going to do is glue this to the edge here, and we'll let that dry. And I'm going to write Christmas in July up here. And I don't think I can outline my stars with those paint pens. They're a little thick. You can't see the gold star. You might be able to see them a little, but they kind of blend in. And this will be a pocket. I'll find something to put in there. So let's do the, I don't know, the fine art glitter glue might hold this pretty good. I know the tape won't. Let's use the fine art glitter glue. It's easier than digging out that tacky glue. So I want it on this side and this side. Ew. Yeah, that's what you get when you use old needles. Let me wipe this off. And I think I will kind of press it down a little. Get my hands clean. And we'll put it right. Right on the edge. Right in there. Merry Christmas! And we'll see if this is strong enough bond to hold. I know the paper tape, I don't think it's going to be strong enough. The paper tape does not hold up to the paper tape does not hold up when I start putting things in the double-sided tape. It always works itself loose. All right, so now let me put this away. If I can see, I have poor lighting. All right. So now let's get one of those paint pens out that Jane sent, Microdot. Thank you so much. And I think I'll go for the white. And we're going to write Christmas in July. And this, do I want to use the brush or the, I think I do. And I'll just do it in my handwriting. But I think I'll leave the border. So I think, well, maybe I'll, how do I want to write it? Yeah, I'm going to have to write smaller. I'm just going to barely get it on there, but we'll see what happens. I'm going to put my cap up here by my glue bottle so I don't forget where I put it. I'm thinking maybe I want to use the pen instead of the brush. It has a thinner line. I might be able to get Christmas on there with that. Yeah. This is going to work. That C is small. Oops. I don't think I can fix that either. I could paint over it, but I'm just going to leave it like, well, you know, I could do that. And this is the pen. This is not the marker stuff. This is the writing tip. I'm good with that. But I think I will go over it to make it a little brighter. White's the only white that I am happy with is my fine liner. These pens, the paint in them tends to soak in. See the difference how bright these letters are and how these have kind of soaked in there. And that seems to happen with all my pens. Maybe not the Pentel so much. But these paint pens, the ink seems to soak into. And my A got shoved up against my M. Oops. Christmas. And I'm going to put the N here. N. And how do I want to do the J? Like that or like that? I think like this. Of course, this will get covered up when I put stuff in the ephemera in there, but J-U-L. And I'm going to bring my Y way up here. July. Let's go back and paint over this. Alright, now let's just do some dots. Let's make it snow. Of course. Gotta have snow, Christmas snow. And we're going to bring it over here. Now this, what I'm wanting to do is some lines around there. First my little ruler gets down below. We're just going to let that dry a minute. And we'll go back over it. And we're going to do another one over here. May not be perfect. Yeah, these whites are never bright enough for me. Never bright enough for me in these markers. And I imagine it's because they have to keep it relatively thin for it to mark the next time. And but I find that white seems to be more chalky than the other paints. And I don't know if that has something to do with how much they thin it down. But my whites never are bright enough for me. But we'll live with it. All right. And let's do some more snow. Let's let it snow underneath. I'm afraid this is going to come up. But we'll just see how it lasts. I can always do something else if it fails. Don't want too much on them. I think that's pretty good. Alright, my cap, I put my cap back up here. Where did it go off to? Look, my cap is gone. I know I put it up there. There it is. I hate losing my caps. Alright. I think I'm going to call that done. I don't know if you see all that snow. I'm tempted to do some stitch marks. Just for the fun of it. Just to kind of border it. I'm holding the cap in my hand. Oops. Christmas in July. There were a lot of Christmas in July videos, even the DIY videos. There are a lot of DIY Christmas in July. Let's go down this side. And I'm not going to double these. I mean, one stitch is enough. If it soaks in, it soaks in. I am hungry for some popcorn. Somebody ate popcorn tonight and made me hungry. All right, let's come down this way. Thank you, Jane, for the markers. You know I'll use them. And I think I'll come back up here. Alrighty. I think I'm happy. Got that one done. What time is it? Let me put this marker away. Where did I put my box? Where did I put the box? Hold on. Here. Put it away so I have it the next time. Looks like I got a white spot there. Alright, what time is it? 9:22. I have time to do another page. Let's get my summer pages out. Or I could fussy cut. Let's see. I could glue one down. How about a boat page? I could actually do it on the side here. I like the idea of doing that. And then I think I'll fussy cut. So I like the idea of putting these boats in here. And let me measure. This area is, let's see. I can't see this metal ruler markings. Where's the 0? My plastic ruler is here somewhere. They hide from me, my rulers. There's that one. Here it is. I have trouble with the light glaring off of these metal rulers. But I like to use them to cut with, but I can't see the measure with. Alright, it is about 4.5 there, so about 4 3/4 if I cover this whole area, but about 4 3/4 by, got some red paint there, by 6 5/8. So from 4 3/4, we'll cut almost all that boat off. And if I go this way, 4 3/4 is right there, and we'll cut the white boat off. So if I go in between, which I think I might do, no, I don't think so. 4 3/4. I think I'll cut my white boat off. I hate cutting the white boat off. Well, I'm going to cut it right here, and then I'll figure out how much of that I want to cut. That's what she says she's going to do. Where's my trimmer? It's under my desk. This came out of a book of Spot the Differences that somebody gifted to me a couple years ago. Thank you. Alright, I think I want to trim it right where the flag is. And then I'll figure out how much else I want to trim. Trim that off. Sorry, I had to do that to you. And now, let's see what I want to do here. Well, let's trim the bottom off. Maybe a little bit more. And what happened to that? There it is. So I'm just going to hold it right there and just kind of mark it in here. And that's good. I'll draw a line here so it'll frame it off. Alright, we're going to trim along my fold. Thereabouts. About like that. And then I'm going to trim over a little. And where's my pens? Mark it there. And I might trim a little above it. Looks like some berries on the other side. Kind of looks good. I guess I'm hungry. Alright, so we're going to trim just a little above my mark. Where did I make my mark? Right there. So I just want to go a little above it. Is that too much above it? I lost my mark. It's there. Right? Yeah, was that my mark? I lost my mark. Right here. Got a strawberry. Scrap. Okie dokie. If I do my trimming, I'll do it with the scissors. Now, should I paint it before I put it on? Might be easier. I think I'll paint it with my marker, but it will go right in here. Yes, ma'am. I'm liking that. And I'll put it in with my glue stick, but let's paint it with my marker. And what color shall we use? Blue? A dark blue? I seem to like the dark blue and the whites for summer. I might have not used a pure white. It's over here. Did I use the white? I think I did. I think I have the blue. Well, no, this is a darker blue. Let's use that one. These markers were gifted to me by Jane Microdot just this past week. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Where's my dirty ruler? I'll tell you, I tangle things up so bad. Where's my dirty ruler? This one? It's dirty enough. I'm going to save that. Okay. And we're going to frame this out a little. About like that. And I'm going to use the paint side, which is always where it says the word marker. So this is the brush side, and this is the pencil side, or the writing side. And put my cap on the lamp. And it's probably about 1/4. Let's draw this down again. And it's not going to be perfect, but Meri's not perfect. So it's me. Like that. And I'm not letting these markers dry, so I might get a little smear. But it doesn't look like it's been too bad. These paint markers are fun, I have to tell you. The one thing you can't do with the paint markers, though, is blend. or you might be able to, but if they're acrylic, I don't know if these are water soluble or not. They're all in Japanese, but they're Chinese, or I can't read the foreign language. But most of the paint markers are acrylic, and you can't blend once they dry. You can layer, but most of my artwork is pretty flat anyway. I do tonal. I'm liking that. Kind of sets it off. Oops, I pulled it from here. Let's put this back. Alrighty. I'm a happy camper. And I might find a word to put there, but right now, not tonight. We'll think of a word, maybe a journal spot, something. I'll run across something. Oh, I keep dropping that. All right, we're going to glue this in, right in here. And that says summer to me. That's probably what I'll write, summer. Summer days. Summer days. We're going down to the lake. We're going down to the lake. This is more of a sea, I think, than a lake, but let's glue it up. Where's my glue page? Where's my glue page? It's right here. Ruler out of the way. Yeah, I'll have to start planning what I want to take down there with me. Get it all together. We'll probably do that on Saturday. I know I want to take my stitching, slow stitching, and I want to take my tatting. I want to take a book to read. Take my phones. I was thinking, I don't know what kind of coffee maker they have. I use a Keurig. What are we going to do for coffee? I guess, well, she's supposed to call us, so probably have to ask her. There we go. I think I got a little glue in there, a little paint in there. That really goes, doesn't it? Let me get that paint pen out again. My glue stick away. Do 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 do. Got a little marking in there. I messed it up, but nobody's gonna complain about it to me. Alright. I'm a happy camper. I like that. So we did this. We did this Christmas in July. I did all that glue booking tonight. And I'm going to end up the night by fussy cutting some of these. What time is it? 9:36. So I'm going to work on this in a little bit, and then I will come out and say goodnight. And if Juju pops on, let's see, we've got some clocks. See, I like this, stoves and ranges. Look at that, cool. Oh, it's too bad. It's too bad that it's not printed this way, because I like to fold this stuff. But I guess it'll be like that. Now I could just cut that out and move it down there, which is probably what I'll do. But let's save that page aside. That's my glue side. Got stoves and ranges. Could put one of these stoves. Take this and, you know, maybe what I don't have, what I have left over here, and put on another page. We're done with the stoves and ranges. We're in the nails and the hose. Cumberland General Store farm implements. I want some here. We'll cut this one out. So let me save that out. This is a shaker seed box. Oh, look at that. That definitely will come out. Harvester. Vehicles and harness. There's another one of those. Look at these cool images. Cool images. It's a choice. I'll probably go for that. And I know you can copy, but I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to use what I have. And it'll just go in an art journal. Won't go in my July one. Craft a lunch. Craft a lunch. All these things I was saving out, I piled on top of my July journal. Hold on. And then I knocked the ruler down. Where did he go? Down here on the floor. And what else fell? Alright, I'm good. Alright, more carriages. What's on the inside here? I will bicycle. How is she ever riding that? Yeah, I'll probably take these horses. Look at the sleigh. Here's some cocoa and ketchup. And over here is, I don't know what this is. McKinney Tabasco. Well, we're going to take the cocoa and the ketchup. And this is Bell's Seasonings. Over here is bottled beer and Honey Acres. Sorghum. Arbuckle's coffee. Aww. Bents. See, they go into each other. New England Copped Smoked Turkey and Ham. I'll save that one to think about later. Granular curd American cheese and food and drink. Some of these I'm going to think about before I cut into. And we're back into a canoe. There's a young man. Henry David Thoreau. As a young man. The log cabin shop's edged weapons. Firearms. We're into the rifles and frontier, late frontier items. Oh, bib front shirts and cowboy bandanas. All right. Oh, I'm not done. Leggings. Prairie Studio. Painted buffalo robe. Some Indian star quilt and a Thunderbird shield. It looks like arrows. I'm not going to cut these things out yet tonight. So we'll put all of these back. I think I'll put this in my fussy cut box that I have behind me. So let's see. These are my summer things. So what I saved out were these. So let me put these behind me. They go in that box, and these go up with the July journal. Alright, let's fussy cut. Because this is going to do a quick fussy cut here. And this is the Tabasco. I'm not going to save it. I'm going to take the cocoa and the ketchup. And the thing of it is, I might save some of the text here. And who knows how I'll use it. Usually I don't save text. But it makes sense to me to save some of this. Depending on how I use it. And I got this book at a thrift store. and I got it to cut up. And it's all in black and white, and the paper's, you know, just kind of a matte paper. It's not a quality book. It's not a quality book. It isn't like I'm cutting up a, you know what I mean, an expensive book. Now see, this kind of goes with that. And I might, depending, you know, I could make a pocket out of this and then just slip this in there, put it on a tag or something. And then same with this. Wilbur, this though is ketchup, and it's probably referring to, I might need to put it with this. I don't, yeah. Some argue that the modesty of Heinz's 2-digit boast, B-O-A-S-T, has long since been swept away by the frequency with which it's been made. I'm not sure what they're talking about. I'm not sure what the Wilbur buds go to. Wilbur buds, 1.5 pounds of Wilbur breakfast buds. Wilbur chocolate. The pepper sauce was on the back. So we're going to take these two, or these two. I think I'm going to take these because I can cut them in half. And I'm going to cut just on the other side of these black lines. And I'll have to try to cut in between those. I don't know if I can do that. Now, tomorrow's Monday. I don't know, did Becky say if she was going to be on tomorrow? I didn't see anything. But if she usually, if she comes on Mondays, it's at around 6:30, 6:45 Eastern time. And she'll let you know. But watch for Aunt Beck's Creations. And Dee Dee Willingham comes on at 8:30 Eastern time. Janet Nash comes on at 9 Eastern. I got these memorized. Except for Janet Young. Janet Young either comes on or 1 or 2 Eastern, and I forget which. Barb Owen comes on later in the day, and I forgot her time now. And she may or may not be on. I think she was going to take some breaks this summer. I don't know if she's going to be on tomorrow, but she does stream on Monday afternoons. I think around 2 or 3 Central. And also I think Dana Yates, if I remember correctly, comes on tomorrow. And Monday nights, I don't know who comes on Monday nights. I will be back Tuesday morning at 6 o'clock. I will be here next week. It will be the week of the 27th. The week of the 27th, where I'm not sure about my times. I may know more later in the week. I don't know. We'll just wait and see. And Juju will be coming on, I think, later tonight. It's 9:46 now. I asked her if she was going to come on tonight. She said she was going to try. So she'll be on at 10 Central. Captain on the back 40. I think I'm going to take this. I think I'm going to think about that. American Harvester Cider Mill. Oh, that's an easy pick. The Phoenix Foundry. Uh-oh, we're going to have to do a little jog here. Got the handle in the way. And if I want to move this text up, I'll do it whenever I use it. I'm going to cut this off in here. and we'll put that over there. And I'm going to put these things in my, no, I don't want to cut there, I want to cut here. I'm going to put them in my box of images behind me that I had out earlier tonight. Now Tuesday morning, I'm not sure what I'm going to work on. I doubt if I do another glue book page. I'll probably start out by putting some more tatting in my tatting journal, because I do want to get the beginnings of that journal. I'll pull that off. We're not going to cut this up tonight. We'll do this one. So I'll have to think about what I want to do Tuesday morning. You know what I haven't done for a long time? Two things. A pick 10 and drawing. I haven't done any drawing for a long time. I'd like to do some postcards too, but we'll see. We'll see. So I might be thinking along those lines for Tuesday morning. Yeah, my shaker seed box is going away, and I'm going to cut this here, because I'll probably use a smaller journal. Well, I don't know what I'll use this stuff for. We'll see. I just bought this book to cut up, and I need to cut it up. This is the Heartland Oval Stove. Oh, and that's a farming garden. We don't want to. And there's the stove and ranges. These things we're going to keep, and that's my glue page. Put that down in there. Get in there. I don't know, we'll put it there for now. So we got one more page here. Oh, it's a gun. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to save guns, I don't think. I might save them in my image box, but I'm not going to. I don't really up to putting guns in my journals. I got a little ice cream cone thing here. Hold on, let me throw these away. Little ice cream cone earbud thing. Let's see. Where's my old scissors? Where's the old ones? Come on, who are you hiding from me? Where are the old ones? I don't know what I did with them. I don't want to. I'm going to move you guys down a notch here. And I don't see my old scissors. Where are you hiding? There they are. I'll do two things here, and then I'll come out and say goodnight. I want to, well, three things. I want to put these down below. And these will go in my box of images down that I had out earlier tonight. I want to take my old scissors and see if I can't get this post off of here. This is an ice cream cone. It looked like it was an earring. It's kind of small to work with. Let's do it. No, that's not going to work. I don't want to shoot it toward me. There it went. It bent anyway. If I can bend it back and forth. That in my journal. I might put it on the cover. And then the other thing I want to do, let me put my scissors back up here. The other thing I want to do is I have this domino necklace thing, and it keeps coming out, and I'm going to put this in there, and I'm going to put a dab of glossy accent on it. And then I'm going to put this little ice cream cone on my journal. So let's do this first. And glossy accent. I'm looking. And I'm just going to tear a corner of this wax paper. Put the red paint back. Put it under there so I can move it later. And let's put it on there first. Okay, lighting is very, very bad in here. I think it's gotten worse. I think my bulbs are getting old. Do light bulbs grow old and dim? Because it sure seems darker than it used to be. Alright, get in there. Now I'm going to put some glossy accent on that. If I can get the pen out of it. That's the trouble with using this stuff, these pens on these things. Yeah, hold on. It's almost coming out. It's just got a little stopper in there. There we go. And hopefully that will hold it enough for me to hang it on my camera stand. And I'm going to put this pen in and throw that other pen away. And there's my glossy accent. Well, I might want that because now I'm just going to move this over to the side and let it dry. And then I'm going to get my July art journal out. Here. We worked on this page. We worked on this page and the Christmas page tonight. I think that's all I did in here. Did I do anything else? Did I do something over here? I can't remember. I don't think I did. Did I do something in here? No, I think these were all done. So, what I want to do is put this ice cream cone on here. And I'm going to have to kind of press it in because I didn't get that whole thing off and it's got a little tab. I could put a little, what's this? No, I don't want that. Be nice to have a little tat on there, wouldn't it? Have this hanging on with a tat. Oh, let me see what I have here. I've got that one, which is white. Do I have a blue one here? I do. I've got that one. And I think I have a red. What's my red? I think it was just a chain. Hold on, let me see what I have in my lap here. No. No, 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 yes. There we go, I got a red one. So I've got a white, blue, and kind of a light blue, but it's a blue. I've got another one here. What is it? Is it darker? No, it's not very good. All right. Let me put this back so I don't lose any of those. Hold the phone. And I think what I want to do is put these together and let them hang down. Like that. And then put my, now I might have to trim this up above. Now do I want it there? I'm going to have that red button. I'm going to think I'll put that red button over here. I have my all tonight, but I'm not going to, it's getting too late. So the red button's going to go here. If I put my ice cream cone on this thread, kind of make a swirl out of it. Kind of give it a twist here, maybe. Kind of twist it. And swirl it. Cut that red one. I'll put my scissors above. Cut that red one off a little. Let's tie it in a knot. Can I do it? The white isn't going in. Get in there. Yeah, I'll grab it down a little further. He's not going in. Get in there. There he went. And kind of fold him back toward the back. Put that. Well, I'll cut off what sticks out. And I'll put my ice cream cone up here. And I'll straighten these out after I get it glued down. I want these to go to the back. All right. I'm just about done here. Let's put my glue. Let's hang it right up here. Come on. Right there. And of course you're gonna slide in there. Get away. Like that thread could understand me yelling at it. Alright, so I got the white. The white's kind of bigger. Let's put him. Can I get him underneath? Put the blue over this way and the red to this side. And I think I'll glue those down. They aren't perfect tats. This white is kind of twisted. You have to understand these have been in envelopes and handled, and so they aren't perfect tatting. Yeah. see if I can pull those Picassos a little. This white one's twisted. He is what he is. I was learning, just using my little trials here. All right. And let's kind of tap some glue on those. Maybe I'll put it on the book. I think I'll use the fine art glitter glue for these. Goes on there better. You can see where I'm going. Put him down. Come on. Come on. I want him to go down here. Maybe just like that. And then he'll come down. This one is twisted. I wish I could get him untwisted. I didn't tat him twist. No, I didn't do that. Once I get him glued down, he'd stay, but... Alright. Put a little glue on him. Put him down. I dropped him. Down in there. And let's pull that Picasso. I think I got more than one Picasso there. It's really there, there, and there. And then this one, and this fine art glitter glue does pretty good in holding these tats down to whatever I'm putting it on. But I don't think it would hold my... I'm going to take this little post thing and put it in the trash before I step on it. Alright, so let's put my needle back in here. And I was going to throw this one away. And we're going to put this ice cream cone right up in here, like that. Maybe down a little. Figure out how I'm going to put him. Like that. If I can get him there. Right there. Right there. Or should he go more on top of it? I think I like him on top of it. So hopefully I can get him glued down on it. And then my red button will go over here. Maybe down. No, I think I like it in the center. But if I tie this way and not across that way, just depends on how I close. I'm not going to do it tonight. I'm going to do this one. Yeah, I'm going to have to put some more on there. It's sinking in. Right in there. I'm going to hold this for a second while I come out to say goodnight. It's 10:07. Did somebody put a link into Juju's channel? Did one of you do that for me? Whoops, I got out of my stream. Hold on, let me come back in. Thank you, Goldie. Is she on now? Is she live? You guys go visit her. I'm going to say good night. And let me grab a towel here. I want to get some of this glue. I'm trying to do too much at once here at the end. But I don't want that glob of glue in there. Get that out of there. There. That's a little better. All right. So have a really good start to the week. Started out good. Have a really great week. And I will see you Tuesday morning at 6 a.m. Thank you all for coming. I see my chat, but I don't see all I see is my thumbnail. So I'm just going to say goodnight. Was Linda in here? Hi, Linda. Thanks for popping in. Jane. Let's see if I can get things there. It's better. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much for spending your Sunday evening with me. Bye.